Yeah. Watch. Y'all already know what time it is, huh? Watch. Tell them keep playing dumb like ain't nobody a witness. Swear to God on my mama, everybody gon' get an eye. Everybody that's with them, cause everybody I lit them out. Keep playing dumb like ain't nobody a witness. Swear to God on my mama, everybody gon' get an eye. Everybody that's with them, cause everybody I lit them out. Niggas can't stand on shit, we living stressed out. Finna get a medal of honor, we bringin' vets out. And you get stepped on every time you step out. You not a stepper where you from, you a step down. And stop reppin' where you from, you a let down. Can't be seen where you from, you keep your head down. That fat nigga mention my name, I'm breaking lead out. RIP another boss nigga, I think he bled out. He ain't gon' make it, I'm taking another head count. COVID so hot, I keep him from leaving beds out. Niggas self-snitching on live, bringing the feds out. They the last nigga took a old talking about how he dead now. You don't know your life too short, that had me stressed out. Somewhere he took a wrong turn, I on the death route. Try the little boy yard blue, I bring the chef out. Put a whole drum on the 9, that bitch attack now. Keep playing dumb like ain't nobody a witness. Swear to God on my mama, everybody gon' get it out. Everybody that's with them cause everybody I hit them up. Keep playing dumb like ain't nobody a witness on my mama. Swear to God, everybody gon' get it out. Everybody that's with them cause everybody I lit them out. You can cry all you want, but I don't do tissue. So the guy you don't get through if you let blue get you. I put Nino on that mag, let my boo get you. Making Playboy moves with that new issue. When you surrounded by them snakes, you don't know who bit you. And that's the problem with you fakes, you don't know who hit you. And if I'm trying to make it shake, I don't care who with you. Call me Bruce MBD Sam, I got 2 pistols. AOI, a bunch of lanes, don't let that shoe fit you. And you better keep them tight, don't let that shoe fit loose. I can't miss, everything got shoe hit you. I ain't friendly, ain't shit, about blue being cool. And you know I don't forget him like an elephant. Ayo, and the eye really irrelevant. Assed out, and we know we lacking intelligence. Keep them out your circle before you regret you let them in.
Ryu, this is crazy.
When it's moving through
dark side,
clearing up all the lies and the rumors too.
Dark side.
You say you want my life, you gotta fight me first.
Dark side.
Come outside round here, there's nothing like church.
Dark side.
Come and get this life.
They talked about Jesus, give them something to Babylon. Just know my whole team is battle tested and battle strong. One world speaking that Tower Babel tongue. Cole Hammurabi thinking ancient Babylon. No pun intended, Reaganomics had us under avalanche. We took off like a rocket, they was praying we could never launch into the upper echelon. You can never be yourself. Every day is Comic-Con, fast money Ramadan. Who collected Comic-Con? Cold check my vital signs. Motel 6 float. Woke up with the brightest mind. Out of sight, out an idle mind. They hate it when you idolize. We living in the final times. Guess you Ellen Keller blind.
Spirit when it's moving through.
Dark side.
Clearing up all the lies and the rumors too.
Dark side.
You say you want my life, you gotta fight me first.
Dark side.
Come outside round here, there's nothing like church.
Dark side.
Come and get this life.
Put my soul on the altar, I never offer a sacrifice. The blood that we need for the lamb ain't never acting right. I take my path tonight, knowing that I might have to fight. I probably grab a knife and a 9. I guess I'm packing light, focus on the now, just as much as the afterlife. I recognize the spirit is only taking up half the fight. Stairway to heaven, He won't make it up half a flight. He working, making bacon, bitch. Probably out on the Sabbath night. Shoot for the moon, hoping to hit a satellite. You can ask him why when they see me, they call on Adonai. When we both know at the most he telling you half a lie. Feel the transition begin to happen when passing time. I came back in the sky, just like an astronaut, to say you selling Africans out. See you and asking Mike, and it's sad to say they really had it bad for Christ. And I hear the Habasha thinking they are the half is
Holy
white.
Spirit when it's moving through,
Dark side,
clearing up all the lies and the rumors too.
dark side.
You say you want my life, you gotta fight me first.
Dark side.
Come outside round here, there's nothing like church.
Dark side.
Come and get this life work.
Power to the dark side. Power to the dark side. Praise Stemya, the most beautiful goddess of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, whose image is the most beautiful Whoopi Goldberg. Blasphemy. Oh yeah, let me go and get that out the way. Shout out to all my Bible builders in the building. Definitely appreciate you. Remember, if you are listening to this together, we are Babel. Let's build. Up early, of course, at work. And I happen to I see a title. Lex/Dark Side. That would include me. So Lex/Dark Side versus the arena. I would take it that would be Yanga Black Sun. Perfect. Now, I'm listening to the convo, and this was interesting, right? Because this is a conversation that I honestly, me personally, I'm a little mad that Lex already had, because this is something I'm planning on sending this nigga Yanga the fuck home in the playoffs on. At some point, I'm sending him home. I don't want to do that. I don't want points for that. Because when I draw a line between your religion and then black nationality, I just want to make it clear. Because there's going to be a line shown. And we've seen, bro. We've already seen for you the lines is blurred. Every time we see this Asiatic sleeper cell, the Quran is mentioned around this nigga get possessed by Allah or something and start speaking Arabic. Am I tripping? I'm like, that goddamn. And it concerned me. And I'm like, I'm just going to wait. I got patience. So I usually just wait and sit back. But I'm watching this nigga. And I'm like, yo, nigga mentioned the Quran around this nigga. This nigga get possessed and shit. Nigga start speaking that shit. We don't know what the fuck, what kind of curses that shit is putting on niggas. Like, let's quit playing. These are spell books. These are spell books. And niggas just get goddamn feeling real gravy about speaking Arabic better than the goddamn Arab. And we supposed to be able to see a complete divide. I keep telling y'all that Malcolm X shit is outdated, nigga. That's the reason why it ain't went nowhere. Ain't nobody finna leave their religion at the door. It's in their heart. You want them to leave their heart at the door? Is that what you saying? Ain't gonna happen.
Impossible. These niggas is outdated. I'm listening to him mention the first place for free people was Haiti. Nigga, your information is outdated. Haiti? You outdated by a couple of 100 years. Palenque is the first free state for blacks in the Americas. Palenque. See, this is what I be meaning by this is why y'all can't go anywhere else. And this was already crazy because I don't know if y'all remember. And y'all go check this out. There's actually already a debate where the last Black Panther leader guy got his ass washed by Lex. And I'm listening, and I know this. Every time somebody be like, hey, yo, I really fucks with you. I fucks with Blue. Best believe they finna diss Blue in the next goddamn sentence. You better believe it. I'm listening. And then it goes, yeah, I fuck with Blue, but he's following behind. Huh? The same sleeper cell play that most Asiatics tend to do in this sector. The old try to play on the ego to divide and conquer. These niggas think they slick. These niggas think they slick. They sat up there and had a good old time blaspheming the image of Whoopi Goldberg. We don't give a fuck what Whoopi Goldberg did. Probably the reason why Whoopi Goldberg got a white man, because she's been in the black community. She's a fucking metaphor for ugly. That's why Whoopi Goldberg is God. That's why she's Stemya. I'm surprised. I wouldn't doubt if Whoopi Goldberg don't even fuck with niggas. Period. When her features is attacked every day. You niggas is slow. But I'm here to guide you. And this is why it's important. They're trying to build. Nigga, we are a cult. What the fuck? You niggas is behind. Like y'all telling the people something new. We've been doing this shit for years. We ain't never lied about nothing. And I'll say, I'm building a cult. I'm building a cult. I'm the face of the dark side. I'm the DMT. I'm radical. This nigga gonna try to turn non-participation and gonna try to say, when I asked him, well, what is your suggestion? He said to just do nothing. Yeah, it sounds good. And see, I understand why. I understand gynocracy. Because when you listen to this nigga, he sounds good. He sounds logical. He sounds really logical. Little does this nigga know. Revolution ain't logical, nigga. Winning a war ain't logical. Creating an atom bomb ain't logical. Creating gunpowder and then turn it into a fucking weapon that can be fired, that ain't logical. You niggas is outdated and behind. You're still trying to be logical and make sense. Our condition ain't logical and it don't make no fucking sense. You done let white people convince your ass that it's all about the numbers and statistics. But you forget about the eye test. You niggas is outdated. And then look at it. These niggas done turned black nationalism into some anti-African. How the fuck in one sentence you talking about your goon, and then in another sentence you possessed by one of these Abrahamic deities? speaking Arabic. That ain't, bro, it's never going to be a part of the revolution. You niggas is talking about nigga, we've already left the church. The only people still there, still in religion, is you old ass niggas. Niggas, bro, we ain't there no more. I'm walking around, niggas got evil eyes on them now. Motherfuckers got their candles already. You niggas is talking about you're trying to get. No, nigga, we're creating a structure for niggas that's come out of that shit. We ain't telling niggas to go back to E5. Nigga, the dark side is its own form. You niggas is outdated. There's no dark side versus. You guys ain't even a priest. Nigga, this is a priesthood. We war against other priesthoods. You niggas is trying to go under the priesthood and go and vote. Nigga, we on two different levels. And I keep telling you, you're outdated. I'm listening to niggas sit up here and blaspheme Stemya. But what God have you presented to black people that's purely for the black American? That purely deals with the problems that we have subconsciously and the problems that we have physically. What have you created? But you don't see what the problem is. That's the issue. You think we can vote our way out of this? You one of those that think we can economic our way out of this? No, nigga. It's going to take your imagination. That's something you're too old to have right now, obviously. You know a nigga confused and I'm listening and I'm like, bro, you know a nigga confused anytime he's a goddamn atheist and he's black. You confused in yourself. It's levels to how we war. Y'all niggas ain't ready. You niggas is behind. We see what's going on. It's a war for our minds. You niggas is still trying to go vote about it. Your religion, by default, tells you where your alliance is. And even if you talk about the Haitian Revolution, those ain't the same, bro. They use those deities because in order to hide and mask some of the same ways that you see us hide and mask hoodoo inside of the black church. Black people ain't in no goddamn situation, bro. We can't afford to keep playing games with rat poison, nigga. We well past that. How the hell is we talking about the Ogungun in one situation, and then in the next situation, we talking about some shit that would call us goddamn infidels? Because we secretly want to protect that Asiatic shit. And you can hear it. You can hear it. They ain't speaking nothing in Europe or that. Like, the nigga don't get excited to speak nothing in Europe or nothing like it. But when it come down to that Quran, nigga get real excited about showing he got the Arabic down pat. With the accent and everything. It's like the niggas will be coming on trying to speak the fucking, that fake ass Hebrew shit. Oh shit. Getting soaking, like, bro, let's not do it. Your forms of revolution is just behind. It's behind. If you don't understand that you warring against different priesthoods, then you're outdated. You don't understand that even the government is a priesthood. You're outdated. The media and the government work hand in hand. It's the very spooky shit. The very shit that ain't logical that we actually warn against. When you talk about non-participant, listen to them. Ask them what's their answer to the hip hop music. Just stop listening to it. Nobody's gonna stop listening to the number one genre in the world. See, but when we talk about competing, which we already do on the dark side, you don't want to compete in that arena. It's a problem. You're gonna have an issue with Tyler Perry. Your only answer is gonna be, well, just you gotta stop watching it. No competition for it though. That's your competition. We ain't in no fight for who can fucking get the most votes, bro, in the state. The fight is for, bro, who can control the most minds, bro. We way past this shit. Way past it. These niggas is sitting up here on the panel blaspheming Stemya and trying to rename, trying to give her a new image. No, we're not using nobody else. Whoopi Goldberg is the metaphor for an ugly black woman. Whoopi Goldberg is. Nobody else. Kids today ain't even fucking seen The Color Purple. And to call a dark-skinned girl ugly, Whoopi Goldberg. You niggas don't even get what you warring against. And don't understand the power. No, we very much do understand the power. These niggas talking about being in it. No, nigga, I was born an initiate. That's the difference. I was born an initiate. I don't have to go nowhere. The spirit rests upon me. That's how I know you niggas is outdated. Listen to what the question he asked. The most anti-African question you gonna ever hear in your fucking life. Which African spirituality? No, nigga, you don't have to say which. And this is how I know your information is outdated. I already showed that there are common traits that separate African spirituality from other people's spirituality, whether it be Asiatic, Eurasian, or European in itself. These aren't religions. See, that's the difference. You looked at African spirituality like it was just religion. But part of the fall of Africa in itself is because these spiritualities are the very form and the structure of even the government system. These are the things that were the foundation of the economic system. These are the things that that held in check the law, basically kept law and order. Losing African spirituality. That's why the fucking structure, when you look around in Africa, is the way it is. So no, you don't have to, which African country are you from? You're gonna hear that from any other Asiatic. That's why I be telling you, these niggas be sleeper cells. You just don't know until you ask the right fucking question. Until you press the right button. Think about it. His reason for being logical, he thinks you're going to find the answers for revolution in the Quran. That's what he's saying. He quoting Quran scriptures on why we should be so logical when it comes down to revolution. Huh? Nigga, most of them people don't even fucking believe in that shit. That's for you to believe in. Look at it. All of the places, you can look at, like, just look at it. All of the places that are a majority Islam, who controls those places? They're under Arab control. All of the places who adopted some form of Christianity, who controls these places? There's a common fucking theme with your allegiance and your damn spirituality. There ain't no getting around that. And all I hear is fear of invoking, you invoking different spirits. Nigga, we supposed to be invoking different spirits. We in war. But this is when you don't understand your own power. You think you're going to win the game playing. You're going to win the whole war playing by their rules and playing their game. You're out of your marbles. You got to be. This the same dude that says the issue in the 60s was that we didn't make this a human rights issue. We made this a civil rights issue. And if we had made it a human rights issue, then somehow this would have changed black people's predicament here. When we see human rights issues being violated of other black people globally and the world doesn't give a fuck. So if we would have changed the name from civil rights to human rights, the world would have gave a fuck about some shit they was witnessing right before their eyes. That what you telling me? Niggas is sitting up here quoting the fucking Constitution like it didn't also say all niggas was equal. All people was equal. We always forget about that part. That means, bro, it's up for interpretation. So it ain't as perfect as you may think. Every day your civil rights is being violated. We got the freedom of speech. Ask Trump if you got the freedom of speech. This government is the corporation. Anybody who understands capitalism knows that the government, that capitalism is when the system, right, or the means of production is controlled by who? The corporations. Therefore, making the corporations who? The fucking government. Who is your corporations? Facebook, Twitter, McDonald's, Burger King, Coca-Cola. What did they say about the president? They shut his ass the fuck up, didn't they? Your government shutting the fuck up. Mr. We got freedom of speech. Niggas had to come up with a whole term just so they could talk about the whole situation that was happening 2 years ago. Or they shit was getting. But we got freedom of speech. You niggas is outdated and behind. And I get it. You're old. You're old. When it comes to this shit, you niggas is Larry Holmes. So I understand. But this is where you have to take a back seat. Take a fucking back seat for a second. You niggas is out. These niggas is having conversations about shit that's already happened. Niggas done already left the church. Niggas done already left religion. You niggas is still holding on to that shit. It's only the old people. Notice how they talk about black people. You got niggas and you got... Once a nigga start talking about separating niggas and black people, you should already know there's a disconnect. Automatically, you're disconnected. Sorry, sir. It sounds good. It sounds good. But how is your rhetoric about niggas and black people any different from Chris Rock, nigga? And this is what I be meaning. There's a disconnect. I'm comfortable around niggas any state, any city, anywhere I go, anywhere around the globe. The problems I seen was amongst niggas. The solutions I create is for niggas. I don't really fuck with people who disconnected from niggas. I'm just gonna be 100. And there's no getting around that. We talk, especially if the conversation is cooning, and then your next sentence is, there's a difference between niggas and black people. Oh, really? Care to explain? Notice, his next word was niggas think it's okay to play loud music, huh? That's something that only niggas do? Niggas only play loud music. Because you like your music up, you's a nigga, huh? And then we'll make that synonymous with throwing trash. So if it was trash found on the ground that wasn't there before, 9 times out of 10, according to Yanka, it was the nigga that rolled by playing loud music that put it there. Disconnected. Outdated. And this is why black nationalism got left right where the fuck it was, with Malcolm X. With Malcolm X. There ain't no room for no Asiatic bullshit when you talking about changing the conditions of black people. Restoration. We're not fighting to be second-class citizens, sir. Niggas is way past that. Maybe black people might, I guess, since there seems to be a difference. Maybe you saying black people don't understand. Niggas understand that we not fighting to be second-class citizens. We want it all. I know old niggas have been convinced that you have to play the game. You have to play the game. No, nigga, the game is a fucking trap. Nobody sits down and plays Monopoly when all of the pieces on the board is already, all of the property is bought up and the other person is sitting there with all of the capital. Nobody ain't fucking right mind sits down to play that game. You're not convincing niggas of that. But since you like you said, there's a difference between niggas and there's black people. Maybe you can convince black people of that, but niggas ain't going for that no more. My fault. I'm trying to see if they got their mail here. It was that time of year where folks looking for that mail. Where was I? With these behind ass niggas. Where was I? Oh yeah, these behind ass niggas don't even know that they niggas. They think that they can create, and I'm trying to figure out who the fuck is they creating the separation for. I guess this is why when you know niggas is scared, niggas is spooked. When they start saying it's a difference between niggas and black people. Why? Because they want the white man to know it's a difference. So they can go, hey, no, I'm not one of those niggas, I'm black. That's what they really want to do. Cooning. These niggas don't know. They think that they got it different. Like all of a sudden, they got the answers to the problem that niggas have been doing for millennials. Like, nigga, we've been trying to do shit the right way. We've been in every position of power possible in this in this system. Whether it's in the medical field, whether it's in the educational field, whether it's in law and order, whether it's in politics, we've been in every level of position of power possible. Only an insane person would still come to black people trying to regurgitate the same fucking shit we've been doing for 400 years. Believing in the Constitution, believing that we can vote. Hey, we have the right to assembly. All of the crazy shit. All of the crazy shit. We constantly, the same thing. We're going to use this nigga's shit, and that's going to get us up out of this situation. Like he didn't already think of that. Nigga, every day the Constitution is shitted on. They figure out some way to rearrange it. Everyday black people's rights is shitted on. All they have to do is rearrange the language, nigga. The shit is set up, bro. They can always fuck you over, Constitution or not. All they gotta do is change the language. They literally are wiping out black history, bro, from the schools by naming it the 1619 Project. Call it a critical race theory. These are cold words for black history. Changing history. But the Constitution is the greatest document ever written? We gotta be out of our fucking mind. The most revolutionary. No, nigga. What we write next will be the most revolutionary. Stop biting they shit. That shit sound like it's defeated. You can't create nothing better than that? Is that what you telling me? I forgot. You old niggas don't have an imagination. And this is why your thoughts of revolution fail miserably. There's no cleaning up this black nationalism. What the hell? Career. So the image of Stemya, Whoopi Goldberg, cannot be blasphemed. Dark side doctrine ain't nothing to fuck with. It ain't nothing to fuck with. This is and honestly, this is really light. This is really light. Because I can continue to go and show you how outdated it is. You already stated that Haiti was the first place for black revolution. You were wrong. You were wrong. That wasn't the first black free state in the Americas. You're about 200 years outdated. And we could say 1599 was the first time Palenque put out the word that anybody who made it to Palenque was free. Anyone in the Americas. Then in 1699, that's when the European also formally established according to how they do it. Either way it goes, before the Haitian Revolution. Bingo, Biaho. He was a king from Guinea-Bissau. We don't have to take on. See, just because you're African, or we state that we're Africans, doesn't mean that we have to go assimilate and go and learn. No. Just like we've done everywhere else, we created our own form of spirituality. That's what makes us African. The ability to adapt. That's what makes us African. The ability to stay current, up to date. Like, the spirituality must fit the times. That speaking that Arabic shit, it don't fit the times. Speaking that Hebrew shit, it don't fit the times. We've been told you, the shit is outdated. We can't talk about getting back to our spirituality when niggas is trying to hold on to books that demonize our spirituality. You know what happens to a heathen? I be trying to figure out, do niggas forget? Like, do you know what happens to a heathen according to the Quran? or according to the Bible? The disconnect between people who practice pagan worship and when you look every day, niggas is getting back to what they deem as pagan worship. Because this is where our power is. This is where our connection is. The spooky shit. The spooky shit. No, we actually said we would have a truce. It was a peace treaty with the Hebrews. Their run is over. The momentum is stopped. The treaty is over now. The treaty is over. The treaty with the Hebrews is over. And that was only until we could get to a space where we could deal with each other. Because at the end of the day, I know better than to trust the Asiatics. We all know. You cannot trust the fucking Asiatics. Ask the Ethiopian. What's left of them? This is how you get the hobbits. I can continue to cook. But let me go ahead. I definitely don't mind cooking. Hold on, I'll drop the link. I don't mind cooking y'all real quick. Come and get this light work. Come and get this light work. Bing. It's that easy. In my Domo voice, it's that easy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing, too. The fact that we're black makes us African. The fact that we're called Negro makes us African. And see, this is the thing. I be hating. See, I be trying to chill out, but I'll go ahead and chop up the abo shit real quick. Niggas identify as Negro. The term Negro is for people who were sub-Sahel or sub-Saharan. That's the whole point of that. The only reason why they call certain... Hold on, let me make sure I got the right person up here. Unmute your mic. Who this?
Nigga, it would be way too late. I would have been pulled out the dick and all that. You late. Where your overlay? Where your overlay?
I couldn't find it.
You would have got your shit flagged down.
I couldn't find it. I think I did see somebody in that.
I told you get a gift like how when I went over Black Sun channel, I put the gifts up there because that shit look hard. But yeah, I just use that then. Okay. So what? So I said a lot in the comments. You didn't highlight none of them because I was answering a lot of the questions that you had that you said in the live stream.
Okay.
Number one, I like you picking with Black Sun because he a atheist, but you don't know why he an atheist. I talked to him about that because I kept asking him about that. it's a gender role thing that he feel like. But it's not that he don't believe in any type of spirituality, but that's a part of it that he broke down for me, and I was like, damn, it was deep. Like, you find what I'm saying? He just feel like it's just something that's just solely for women, and that's not the first time I've heard a man say that. So he was never, Black Sin has never been disrespectful to me. You know how spooky I am. I wouldn't even go over there if him as an atheist made me feel uncomfortable, if he made me feel silly. And he basically told me, like, no, he said, that's what women do. That's y'all power. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all have y'all intuition, and that's just not something that men can do. You know, but yeah, Black Sin, know him, I'm gonna let him talk.
You gotta change your name, bro, before I could bring you up. I ain't bring you in, bro, with your name like that, bro. Try again. Oh, it's somebody in the back.
Wait, what happened? Oh, okay. I thought you was talking to Black Sun. I was
Nah,
like,
nah,
what?
nah, nah. I was talking to somebody in the back.
What their name was?
Some African man. Yeah, they tried it.
It's a troll.
Yeah.
Blue, what's going on, man? What's going on?
Okay, he changed it. Yeah, man,
You
I
be
had to get
letting
up
your
here
ass
and
up
cook
too.
y'all. I heard y'all all morning, so I said, yeah, it's a good time to do a nice little cook session. It's been a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes,
But
sir.
why
Yes, sir.
why don't you find any validity in the esoteric side too? You find what I'm saying? A lot of the Abrahamic faiths, when you already know, like, you know, it's just all
No,
symbolism by
there,
different degrees. Why don't you view
there
it that
is validity. No, there is validity to it. The issue is though is that ain't what the majority like that type of stuff. Those teachings ain't for everybody. It's a reason why only certain people attach themselves to that because they're not for everybody. And the people who don't attach themselves to it, they don't embody these religions. They worship these people, and once they worship them, they believe that all of the
but we
things
aren't talking
that need
about
to
it from
be
that standpoint. So why do you keep making that argument?
because
And that's not where
it's
we at with
too
it.
it's too dangerous to promote. Black people who are talking about revolution
We
and
don't.
moving forward, there can be no promotion of Abrahamic, especially if we talking about changing our condition and solidifying it where we don't go back into the same cycle that got us into this predicament in the first place. We cannot we can't play the Abrahamic games no longer. Like we've done that already. And every time we get sucked into it way too deep, and then we end up being the only ones, we end up speaking Arabic better than the Arab. That's what ends up happening every time.
Oh God. I just feel like it's hard. Okay, do you really want to wake up Black people that's in religion, who's stuck in church, who do you really want to wake up the Black man who's really trying to beat his wife because she won't put on her job? Are you really willing to fight the Hebrew Israelite who's trying to stop his wife from coming into this temple because she's on her period because he's such an ignorant fuck? Those is the people that we should be going against, and we should be trying to wake up. So while we're trying to wake up them people, it's very hard when you come in from that standpoint. And we left just trying to teach the esoteric meaning to what people already have access to, right? Because a lot of the spiritualities that y'all promote is based off old tradition that our African cousins haven't even been privy to because they so wrapped up in the hardcore part of the Abrahamic faith. That's why we sitting there trying to tell you, like, okay, there's two different sides to it. It's two different extremes. You know what I'm saying? But if we as spiritualists, if we can't have a middle ground, we're not going to be able to wake up the people because you want to constrain us to one continent, and we was everywhere. We was global. Why do you keep saying that? I'm not understanding.
Hold on, because this is the
Do you really want to wake the people up? Do you really want to wake the people up?
Because this is you. It's not about. This is the thing. The truth, and this is what you have to realize with people. The truth ain't for everybody. So you can't give the truth and full truth. It's not about that. It's about what's best for the masses.
The truth don't have to be all hard and disrespectful and insulting. It don't. You don't have to teach the people that way. And that's not for those people. Hold on. Let me say this. I didn't agree. I don't necessarily agree with Yanga and Black Son when they get into the nigger and the black people shit. But the way y'all going about it, y'all proving they point, because it is nigger dumb shit what y'all doing. The way y'all going about teaching it, it's not privy to our progression as black people and our spirituality. It's just not.
Oh my gosh.
I think this is the issue.
Can I say something real quick? Let me jump on Peace. Man, you got a fan, Blue, that was heartbroken. I said, damn, I said, listen to this, baby. I'm going to have to go on here and cook one of my dudes. What'd you say, babe?
I thought you liked him.
I do like him. She said, I thought, yeah, you my guy. All right, man, let's back to the issue. What are we talking about? First, Blue, you wrong, man. You missed the whole point, brother. Never. That was the point. The point of Lex's disrespect was we're black nationalists that attack this view from so many perspectives. We hold people. I agree totally what you're saying. The mysteries isn't for everyone. So you can't go back to any arena show and see where we've ever proselytized, promoted, propagated any religious talk. And that's why I was telling Lex, but Lex, in an effort to corner me or
Oh, go ahead, Yang. Uh-oh, is that my phone?
I think where you're outdated at is you believe that it could be left at the door. People don't carry their religion around in their pocket like a wallet. It's in their heart. I think where you're outdated at is you believe.
Why you say that if it's solely esoteric?
It's esoteric.
The worship part is already removed.
For me,
who is it esoteric?
We're trying to wake up the people who looking at it from that type of standpoint. That's what we trying to do.
I'm not trying to do that. Hold on. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that. This was strictly a Yanga thing. I was addressing Lex from a Yangas. I said, if you want to talk about and discuss, like in a discussion, my personal involvement in, I'm not one who calls people to Islam. You've never heard me promote, advocate any of the Abrahamic faiths. I stay away from these discussions because it is intimate and personal for me. So that's what I'm telling you. I was attacked. I said, bro, you got a platform. Lions Den got a platform. There's areas that discuss this. I don't, because like what you're saying, Blue, I am a black nationalist. This is one of the biggest distractions.
I mean, and not to be rude, but I don't really know about what happened with that. I didn't watch that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
On what happened with Dark Side Doctrine and what happened with Stemya. And the conversations that I've had with you, I've had conversations
we on that
with you, and so
I'm with that.
From having different conversations with you, that there's though you don't necessarily, I wouldn't say that you necessarily promote it, but you feel like black people can move forward with the shit, and there's
I don't. I don't feel like that.
They can leave it at their door. That is black.
Yeah,
that is the newest form of black nationalism. Black people can leave their religion at the door. Am I correct? And what I'm telling you is, for black people in America, their religion is not a wallet. They can't leave it at the door. They carry it in their heart.
Understand? Listen, brother. I got to teach Malcolm.
There'll be no black news.
When we say, listen, this is what Malcolm said about that. When he's saying leave it, you got to listen to the whole ballot and bullet. He's saying leave it in the closet, because if we come to talk religion, we'll be talking about that all day. Your personal growth, evolution, whether it affects your nationalism, whether it affects your day-to-day, is an area not of my discussion. I don't give a damn if you Buddha, Jew, or Christian. That is your personal development and growth on how your personal belief affects your day-to-day dialectics. I don't discuss that. That's what I'm telling you. I believe so. When you're coming to me, leave your religion at the door. If you can't, leave it at the door.
It's
and that's what clear.
though.
It is, brother. How has Black Sun and I worked for damn near 20 years together in a progressive, successful show from a cable television to YouTube by Black nationalism? We was able not to discuss that shit. We understand true African principles are not founded in the expression of religion, but what the actual outcome of the African being. We don't get in discussions about
your religion though doesn't just rear its head, and when we're having a discussion just purely on religion. Your religion and spirituality also dictates how you view revolution. And if we're viewing revolution from different standpoints, it's an issue. And when you look at Asiatic revolution, anytime you're dealing with it, they tip around the goddamn government.
I disagree, exactly, because you're not.
You took
exactly
non-participation as doing nothing. That's what you said. It's just doing nothing.
Yeah.
So
and I stand on that.
Nothing. The difference is that you can no longer
What you gonna passive aggressive the oppressor to death?
Water and shelter as an excuse to not change the condition. As long as that's what we
who says anything about listen, you have learned well from the Dark Master. That double talk ain't gonna work, Blue. First of all, let me address one thing at a time. Your failure in understanding revolution is if you only study Asiatic revolution, you have failed yourself. Revolution is an international phenomenon. The true revolutionaries should study every revolution they can get their hands on. That's the first thing. The second thing about revolution is about an end goal, about a result, not about just fighting, not about the method of revolution, but what is the end result. So it is advantageous to have people to view revolution from many standpoints. It's called strategy. See, the problem is we go in looking for this Masonic figure and think one Negro or one sister or whoever is going to come give us the plan to the whole thing. We have to utilize the diversity in our community, every perspective and everything, if, like you said earlier, it's truly for the masses of the people. The problem is, y'all have a problem how people think. Y'all to think police. So what, this Negro want to participate and they go to church on Sunday. Why do you have a problem with that? That's cultish, brother. I'm anti-oppression.
The CIA is also looking for a Messiah. So it can't be that.
And that's my whole point. And my whole point about it was, hold on. My whole point about it was, when you talk to the people and you trying to wake them up, like you might have to start with their deciphering the Bible in a metaphysical way. You know what I'm saying? You're not just going to go straight to the Orishas and all that. You cannot do that. You're going to scare the fuck out of them. Talking about
they're selling culture. See, when people do that, there's ulterior motives. When people have to usher in a whole new thinking, I'm telling you, Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. The white boys telling about the devilment. When they have to mold and the sudden shift and change a culture and get you fascinated and caught up with all these other things, you have to question yourself. This is what I say. They can look for a Messiah. They can do all of that. Revolution is evolution. People are going to change their conditions. The problem is when we have subversion and hindrances and obstructions. And one of the obstructions is to fancifully think that you're going to eradicate and rid the Black community of every attachment to an Abrahamic faith. It's a waste of time. It's misdirected. And I sincerely question the intentions behind it. If you have a system in place at some kind of time that holds some moral type of thing, then it's up to you, master teachers. Blue, you know too much, bro. You know too much to begin to use those scriptures to bring us into self-determination. You following behind a shock jock, bruh.
You can't
Shock
use
your
the
black
scriptures,
people.
bro. It gets you lost.
Why can't
At
you?
the moment,
Why you're using pocket keys? So whose scriptures you use?
His personal thoughts, because it don't come from Lex. Because Lex said he's scared of niggas. He's scared to walk past a group of black teens. He don't know what the fuck they going to do to him. He feel like he gonna have to stab him and shit like that. So we talking about coonery, motherfucker. That sound like coonery, okay? Like, you know, let's have the real conversation.
Wait, who said that?
Lex.
Where Lex at?
Here's my whole thing, Blue, because I would love to know, and not to want you to get intimate. How do you conjure your ego? How do you totally dismiss the Abrahamic? And I know you study, bruh. I listen to your music. I listen to your lives. Now, here's the thing why I do. You can get from some Islamic teachers. It's called finna. Careful of the ego that it doesn't make us stand on what we truly don't believe in to prove a point. So how do you conjure your ancestors if you don't fuck with Abrahamic faiths? And if you can show me a conjure, I may even look into that. How you avoid years of traditions of what we've been doing. Conjurers, but you must not accept conjurers from the shores of North America. You one of those that bypass all of us and our Ashe over here on the shores of North America, nothing.
No,
you straight Nigerian.
Hold on, because and this is the thing. When you talk about conjure in general, it ain't for everybody. Even when you talk about at one point,
I understand.
the Bible was even in existence. Everybody
that's where we at with it,
access to the Bible.
That's what we're talking about, though.
Everybody didn't have access to the Quran.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you because see what's happening is double talk. I agree totally what you're saying. You know you're gonna get me to agree. I agree with that, and I agree with the mysteries being for a specific few. I'm asking because what happens is double talk is you kill those of yourself and other spiritualists like around who really unlock the mysteries when you say fuck the Abrahamic faith and then go back and whisper, but it ain't for everybody. Brother, that's devilment.
No.
You killing the Ashe. Then you must not believe in it. How do you lock on?
It's two different things though. Because you have the Abraham, that's not what I mean by when I say it's not for everybody. I don't mean the Abrahamic. We can play with the Abrahamic faith. I mean when you talk about the text and how the text is used, bro. Everybody ain't supposed to have that.
I understand that.
They're not supposed to have access, bro, to everything that the priest is necessarily reading, bro. Everybody can't.
I understand that. I understand that, but the priestess never said screw to Abraham. Here's we're totally agreeing on that. What I'm telling you
and that's
is
why
if you're saying we should do away with the Abrahamic faiths, you are discrediting the Ashe, some of the very principles and magics used in rituals, and especially heavily Black African here in America ancestral rituals. How you believe in it, bro? How you right? But so that's what I'm saying. How will we? So then you don't acknowledge. So I'm just saying you. So what would you tell people so you don't in that practice wouldn't advocate acknowledging the ancestors in America?
In our no, some of them gonna have to be cut the fuck off. And see, I did a show.
I agree with some of them. I agree with some of them, but I mean, those should be acknowledged.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me show you why. Some of your ancestors and some of your people who even live today have already prayed against you and themselves and your future. Those people have got to be cut the fuck off.
But come on, Blue, let's not be trivial. Those of us that deal with the ego, the ancestors, understand those things.
We know, against my progress,
we know,
I have to
listen, absolutely.
Let him talk.
Listen, Blue. What you're doing is being trivial, and I'll placate to the audience too. You understand that you and I are talking on a higher level, so I get passing this off to the audience. People that deal with the ego, that deal with the ancestors, know that that's 101. We did that on the show with Rio. He asked that very question. That's ego 101. We're not talking about our negative ancestors, those ancestors that prayed for me. And you didn't just come from one ancestor. You may have that ancestor prayed from you. There's tons that did pray for your progression. Here's my question, though. Here's my question.
Wait. When I say though, I don't mean that they had ill intent. I don't mean that they necessarily. My mama does not have ill intent, but she prays against me. She don't mean it.
So you cut off?
And I had to.
So no,
do you cut your mama off?
No ancestral worship
not
to
her
the Christian
personally.
ancestors? Wow.
Not her personally. But spiritually.
So if you don't cut your mama off personally in this world where her actions are clear, she's praying against you. You don't believe when they that their intentions purify when they go into the next world. So you won't cut off personally in this world, but you won't light a candle for your mama in the next.
It depends, bro. If the decision is made, there's nothing. Like, this is what I'm saying. There's nothing I can do about.
You don't believe in the validity of Jesus. You don't believe in the ancestral work about ancestors. You don't believe that. No, hold on. Let me talk. I'm not finished. You don't believe that through astral work certain spirits can manifest. You don't believe that through astral works that shit can become real, that a collective consciousness can keep saying that, you know, this thing is real and it can really be real. Collective consciousness is real. You cannot say it's not real. Those entities became real and it became for us. Even though it was forced down our throat, we already recognize the attributes of Jesus, that it just, you know what I'm saying, that we had to just call it by another name and redo it all over again. Our ancestors wasn't stupid, okay? The ones who synchronized the saints and all that other stuff, they wasn't
there you
stupid.
Go.
Okay, they used what the fuck they had, and that's where we at in spirituality right now. I always, sometimes, hold on, y'all.
Yeah, we you know, one of the things we have to be mindful of is being too academic in it, man. There's still, you know, Blue, and you know this, man, there's still a belief factor, a faith factor involved with this thing, man. We can't over intellectualize this thing. We can't over academic it. And people have found this, you know, and we have to be careful of doing that. It's in the wrong.
That's my point, though. It's in the wrong direction. So, and I got to answer this too, because how could your mom be praying against you, right? And so, and this is the thing. Most of our parents or our foreparents, they didn't necessarily pray that, you know, for what we actually want. A lot of them just prayed that we stay safe. A lot of them just prayed that, and that's been a lot of the issue. When she talks to and like for the question that she asks, I do know that it manifests. I do know, but we're not manifesting the deity that's operating in our best interest. We're manifesting the deity.
How do you know that? And they're not coming to that deity in that type of way. They don't even know how to read the Bible out loud. I came to my mom about that, and she acted like I was talking about some straight sorcery. And I'm like, you scared to read your own Bible just out loud, just so you can manifest the things that you want? They're that disconnected. And there's certain sects of Christianity where they're that disconnected. They won't even use sage. They scared to do yoga. So it gets very deep.
Because the next verse,
and it's because of worship. It don't have nothing to do with the esoteric version of these Abrahamic faiths. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You said, hold on. You said it's because of the what?
Huh?
You said it's because of the
worship. The fact that they have a concept of worship. Okay,
exactly.
And we and Yanga is past that. So I don't know why you keep going back.
You and Yanga are. You and Yanga.
Yeah, but we're not gonna get the people there at all with that type of energy that you bring in, the type of hostility, the type of words that y'all use and stuff like that. And it's not necessary. Hold on. I get that this truth is not for everybody, but it could be for more people, and it could be reach more people and be accessible to more people if you watch your approach, though, because it's not necessary. It's just not. You can build more without that level of hostility and anger. Where's that bitterness coming from? It's not that serious. You know, it's just not.
How happy were they when our own temples got burned down?
I never said to be happy and willy-nilly. I said you don't have to be hostile, because it's like you mad at black people for not knowing no better, knowing what colonization did to their minds.
Like, I'm not bad at black people. We built. That's why.
Well, that's how you come off. I never said you was. You come off that way.
Yeah.
You come off that way. What are you angry about?
Okay, I got 2 Yangas. So the anger.
Oh, I was about to say.
Okay,
Like,
there you
don't
go.
up your overlay.
Damn. All right. Okay, there you go. I think that's it. Yo,
it's me.
Okay, there
Let
we
me
go.
clear this out, man. My bad.
So yeah, I like that's the thing though. There's two different things that's going on. You're trying to wake up people right now. We're just creating something that's going to be more addictive than what it is. The very spirituality and the deities is what we war against. So no, I don't have to go. I don't have to. There's no fun. I don't have to beat up. My auntie tries to challenge me on a regular. I don't go back at my auntie. I don't even speak on that. There's no need. It's not for her. Most of them and a decision has already been made up. This is about the future, and so I don't have to worry about how far Stemya gonna go. You're gonna spread Stemya, whether it be through blasphemy or it be through worship or praise, whatever it be, or the embodiment. However it is, you're gonna make Stemya proper.
I don't have a problem with Stemya. I'm telling you, I'm a freedom-loving person. You know, I don't like Black Sun is frequent to say, man, if I tell you I got a pink unicorn in my trunk that spits out money, there people believe any damn thing. You know, like I said, I could care less what a person.
You do
like
though, because you talked about the image.
I'm gonna tell you
being
why.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Absolutely. Because
so
it was
you
reaction.
got a problem
Listen,
with Stemya.
No, it was a reaction.
That's
I don't
her
have a problem
image.
with
You can't
Stemya
say I don't
because
like you. I'm good with Stemya, but I just don't like the way you look. Like, what the
no. Let me tell you why. First thing, two things. You know, first it's reaction. It's funny to me that I'm showing out the weirdoism in it, the hypocrisyism in it, the very reason, the neo-colonialism in it. And what is that? The fact that nobody has ever come at Stemya. Like you and I had a talk. You know what I'm saying? But nobody has ever after that, and I saw where you was going, and you beautifully explained elevating the image of the Black woman. I didn't quite agree with it. I was like, I wonder how Whoopi feel about it, because you said most people think Whoopi's the ugliest woman, so we use that. I personally never did. Like I said, people who know my wife and my type know I have a type anyway. So
I don't think she's I'm saying she's been made a metaphor. She's a literal metaphor.
Okay. I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a dark-skinned woman, so I don't know how that would play off. I don't know if you did a census.
So you
no, I actually like. Hold on, Blue. Let me say this. I actually like Stemya, and when we actually. Yanga, if you pay attention, me and Yanga like that. We understand what you're saying, and we like that idea. However, we was going in because Lex came up there, like was in the comments, like coon this, coon that. And it's just like, okay, well, let's get on some of what y'all talking about as far as coon is. And we got in his motherfucking ass.
And
I can go down
was
so
in
many.
the title.
Hold on. I can go down a long ass list of the coonery that he done spewed, or it's on his community tab, or everything, or we can even go in on Stemya. So it wasn't that you keep going back to Stemya because we really fucking you up today. But
no, you can't.
We okay with Stemya. We agree with Stemya, but that's where that conversation came from, because the coon talk, and it's like, nigga, we can go on for 40 days and 40 nights. That's what me and Yanga was doing. We were just going off for 40 days and 40 nights. And we leaned on that motherfucker, and he couldn't breathe.
And ragging on Stemya. And then my thing was not the image, not the Black woman, not the elevation of the Black woman. My thing was the lack of research. Whoopi Goldberg. Well, I mean, he was going into all this colonized Abraham mindset, this and that, and you use Whoopi Goldberg. That was the point. What hypocrisy, what foolishness. It was fraudulent, and I couldn't take it. How do you attack me? How do you call me all of these things that I don't give a fuck, cool, this and that? And clearly, what you pushing is full of bullshit. The sister, the broad, doesn't stand up.
And call me a fat hoe.
Yeah,
and call me a fat hoe. And call me a fat hoe. And threaten to hex me. Like that's how y'all come off. That's your man. That's
it comes off weird, bro. It comes off, so Stemya comes off weird. If he's a spokesman for Stemya, like he said, I'll say fuck Allah, fuck Stemya, fuck Jesus. I don't care about your personal belief. I think it's weird that you can talk about the colonization of the African mindset through Islam, Christianity, and yet you deify a chick, you know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Whoopi, whose track record is such as hers.
No, but that's and this is what I'm saying.
Like
the deification
how many people
isn't
gonna
about
know that?
that.
They may just look up Whoopi Goldberg. You're endorsing Whoopi. How many
Yeah,
people
they
really gonna
should.
know?
They should.
And so you
Most likely the reason she is the way she is.
You advocate interracial
dating. Getting her nails done and makeup, sir.
You advocate interracial. I gotta hear this. You ain't gonna overtalk this because I know we all cool. So let me hear this clearly. Let me hear it come out of your mouth, brother. You advocate interracial dating.
Hold on, say that one more time. My fault, I dropped my earphone.
You advocate. You didn't drop them. When I question I ask, make them pop out your ear because I know blue is not going. You advocate interracial dating.
No.
Then what do you mean everything Whoopi stands for then? What are you talking?
I didn't say everything Whoopi stands for.
Then why not another beautiful dark sister?
That's because the other beautiful dark sister isn't a metaphor for ugly.
Who says Whoopi's a metaphor for ugly though?
Whoopi, everybody on the playground.
Man, come on, man. I hope y'all theology is more.
No, Yankee, he's really not telling no lie though. He right about that. People think that used to be the main. That used to be the main roast was Whoopi Goldberg. Then it turned to President.
If your hair was messed
then it's Serena Williams. Y'all could have,
Well, I mean, but why? Okay, I still don't get it. Okay, I think aesthetics are in the eye of the beholder. Okay, however, there is not. You don't think that it would be more advantageous to look at a woman that is not only the metaphor of unattractiveness, but also like Cicely Tyson or something. God damn, Whoopi Goldberg.
Because nobody attacks
Nina Simone. Nina Simone
or something.
I love Nina Simone.
There are people,
but that's the thing, though.
It is
that doesn't help.
Let's just give you that. Let's just give you that.
The only reason why people, you could go. No, you guys are dying on this. Like you're talking about a metaphor. The reason why is because Whoopi the only reason why they call her ugly is because of her features. What are her features?
I understand that, but here's what I'm saying though. Is not your deity, is not see how much explaining you gotta do though? That doesn't look good on a pamphlet. You got a pamphlet of a Whoopi Goldberg. What I'm saying is, should not her life at least be somewhat in rock and step?
This is probably why she don't have a black man. Listen to how you say her name, bro.
Yes,
you
of
sound
course.
disgusted.
Of course I am.
Bro.
I'm disgusted with her defending a cracker coming to a party in blackface. It's disgusting.
Probably if she wasn't a metaphor for ugly among black people,
Dr.
she
Phil.
probably would fuck with it.
Dr. Phil. You're not going to say that philosophy, that theology.
Now, this is
the image of your
deity. She probably would.
Her ill behavior, but you sound, that's terrible, man. There you go again, blaming us for her bad decisions. I see why you may just have a following then. If you're one of those people that are going to secretly blame the black man and guise it as uplifting
the black man is attacking her features, then what the hell she's supposed to do?
You said, I can see why the way you said her name. Yes, a black woman walking around, a beautiful black woman, by the way. Just go to my Facebook and look at my pictures. I have no problems with that. But a beautiful black woman, by the way, walking around here with the last name Goldberg and showing up with, what's his name, Ted Danza, whatever, a cracking blackface, one insult. And secondly, having the audacity to defend him. I don't give a fuck if she was the embodiment of butt fucking ugly. Her character is not one that I think should speak to anything that is attached to edification and advancement of black people, because her behavior is horrible. It's
because black people ran her out of the community.
How do you know? Did she tell you that?
No, I'm looking at it. I listen to black people. I listen to black people.
Listen, you're
that
sounds like the same, and
anytime they want to say somebody's ugly, they call them Whoopi
sounds like
Goldberg.
the same mentality that quite possibly those 5 police officers had when they was getting nickels, a nigga.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
See, no, the mentality that they had was that there was a difference between niggas and black people. That was the mentality that the officers had. They was like, see, this is a nigga. We the black people. That was the mentality.
Black people don't kill niggas. Niggas kill niggas.
Oh,
we find every way. Yeah, black people don't do that.
No. But black people, I don't think they did it just to kill them. They were keeping order because niggas is uncivilized. They were civilized in that, right?
They allowed themselves.
Yeah, they keep law and order.
Into a nigga gene. Did they do civilized behavior? It's all in the behavior, Blue.
They civilized them, right?
We can word twist it all we want. When they did uncivilized
black
behavior,
people civilized.
Listen, I don't care if he's as civilized as whatever. He can be whatever you deem to be civilized.
And see, that's another
if he beats his wife or his
the
children,
Abrahamic
that is an uncivilized act.
We're talking about being civilized and all this shit. That's the Abrahamic shit.
What do you call
because who is the uncivilized?
It's because I speak
who is the
English,
uncivilized?
Brother. It's because I speak English.
Who is the uncivilized?
The uncivilized.
Hold on. Everybody chill. Now look, we're gonna have to have a debate about niggas versus
Let me answer the question. The uncivilized are those that do action contrary to the productivity of us as a people. That is uncivilized.
Right, Domo, we're gonna have a debate on respectability politics, because this is where this is going. Okay, we're gonna have to set up a debate. Somebody email Solar. Okay, that's the next debate.
It's the link.
And hold on. Somebody in the comments talking about somebody going to debate on Trump, and I think that's good for the arena. Like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, back to this respectability politics, because when Yanga and Black Sun be like, oh yeah, nigger shit, that is very offensive. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to have a debate about that.
Okay, well, we have to debate that because that is actually a philosophy I put. It should be offensive. It should be shameful. It should be degrading.
That's the Chris Rock
because that was a word. It may be. I don't know what Chris Rock says about it. It was a word that came up. It was something you didn't want to be. It was a state. You know what I'm saying? And you didn't want to be associated with that, with irrational behavior, with emotional behavior, with not being able to have conflict resolution. The first thing is to beat, kill, maim, destroy, take, That's what I call uncivilized. Unfortunately, I speak English, an effect of colonization, aka slavery, the enslavement of my people. So yes, I have the words. That's why I also say that the attack on so-called Abrahamic faith and this and that is a semantic to keep us diverted from other major issues that affect us as black people. I don't see, because at one point in time it played a very major role in our journey towards freedom and liberation. You know what I'm saying? They're like all things, it evolves and our struggle evolves.
We understand that law and order is only there to keep us from going in and fucking up people that got it. It's to separate the have and the have not. That's just simple.
I don't have a problem with law and order. I have a problem when law and order is reserved for other people. When we don't practice that restraint in our communities with our people because it isn't enforced. That's uncivilized. Why does it have to be enforced to practice that restraint? They won't go to Bookhead. You know what I'm saying? Or other areas so that's what law and order is. I agree totally.
Because of the economic situation that we live in.
My thing though, I'm such
y'all go ahead and debate the Constitution as well.
You said what?
The Constitution and respectability politics. That's the list. That's the lineup. Okay.
Here's my thing. You know what I'm saying? That I don't hold I'm not one of those people that hold our struggle in contrast. I don't say, oh, well, white people do this and we do that. I'm very careful with that because that has the stench. It has the remnants of neocolonialism. So their law and order, their shit. I understand there's two Americas. There's a white America, there's a black America. Until we understand that, despite personal theological views, certain ideological and political views, survival should be the core element.
blaming niggas for our issues and conditions. And then
I don't blame niggas for our issues and conditions.
But you just did.
The nigga is the byproduct of America. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying I personally
okay,
don't
so
like
when you
it.
ask why, hold on, when you ask the question why we can't enforce it amongst ourselves, why does somebody you already know that the economic situation and the social structure it's pushing that direction.
Exactly, niggerism. Materialism. Let me show you elements of niggerism. Materialism, consumerism, and commercialism. Yes, our economics are fucked up, but we've seen this before. Pre-integration.
That's not
and we pulled together. Materialism, the identity,
That's the American way.
Listen, it's always been their way.
Being an American.
Listen,
it's
always been their way. It's always been their way. Hold on, let me answer it. It's always
let him talk.
Let him go ahead. I'll listen. Go ahead, brother.
We're supposed to be debating this, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
So
There's something like this. Something like this. Yeah. Because and here's what I say to that, brother. It's always been the American way. It's always been white America's way. We can't afford to practice neo-colonialism. We can't mirror them lock and step. We're stuck in an unfortunate or unfortunate position, however black people are looking at it. But the reality of that is how can we utilize the system, be in the system, coexist in the system, and it be advantageous for us as a people. Materialism taught us, brother, because we are consumer capitalists. Don't get it. We're not investment capitalists. I wish my man Domo or Chris or one of these economics, MD, somebody would jump on. They break that shit down wonderfully.
Yeah, but that's because we don't have the raw natural material.
Let me and I'll end it briefly. I'm going to be brief. So therefore, materialism came when materialism was the other day. In order to get us to purchase that, there has to be a shift in social cultural understanding. So manhood got redefined. The man wasn't that went home, came home to his children, and this and that. It was those who possessed. Your manhood was defined by your materialism. And when that changed, our social culture changed. You know what materialism introduced? Baby mama, baby daddy. We didn't have your grandmama ain't had no baby mama, baby daddy. Your granddaddy might have had a whole nother family. That's a different story. He may have had a family across town. But it wasn't no baby mama, baby daddy. So this introduction to materialism, like I said, to get us to bite into it, has to change the social cultural understanding of a people.
Sir, that's the title for the same situation.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Come on, man. It's a mentality that comes with it. It's not a mentality that comes with it.
No.
Oh my God! We have to debate that.
It literally stems from exactly the situation that you just created. That's how you debate that. It's from niggas.
That's another
entirely other.
Write all this down. Write all this down.
We gonna have to debate that. There's a very big difference from what we call baby mamas and baby daddies to what was done as opposed in our grandparents' eras. I would love to debate that.
All right,
so does the nigga still have a family around the corner?
No. What do you define? That's where we're gonna get you. What do you define as family? No. I don't, men that do that, I don't know, but you're from a different era. I don't know brothers that do that refer to them sisters as baby mamas. I'm telling you, baby mama is a philosophy, is a phenomenon. It popped up in our social cultural makeup, and it is a thing. It ain't just a title, brother. That's what I'm debating. Baby mama and baby daddy is the thing.
And I just want to know, what's the difference? What's the difference in the mentality of the group?
The mentality is what goes with it. What goes with a family and what goes with what is acceptable as a baby mama and a baby daddy. That's the difference.
So are you saying that?
I don't want to get that. Let's take that debate. I don't want to get off what we're talking about. That's the debate. Let's throw it.
I already wrote it down, y'all. Y'all continue on.
Because I don't have a lot of time. And Blue, out of all respect, I appreciate you letting me come on the platform and raise my voice. I'm aggressive by nature. And shouts out to the dark side. I still feel like your boy be on some kind of bullshit. But shouts out for this opportunity to
all praises to Stemya.
I'll give thanks to Stemya. I just wish y'all would get somebody fucking different, man. I got a problem with that.
Yanga, we can have our own image. Our image is going to be Lupita.
Okay. Put that up on our screensaver next time, Lupita. Do different cities get to have different images of Stemya Blue?
No.
Ah, man, boo.
It's a whoopee.
I'm gonna find a black woman on Google who features bigger and more African than Whoopi. I'm gonna fuck y'all up. It's like
who the ugliest black woman in the world?
That wouldn't matter. The fact that you had to ask, bro, that says it all.
The fact I gotta ask is because I don't believe there's a such thing as an ugly black woman. I think it's an absolute freaking insult.
That's what I'm saying.
Personally, so I would have to ask someone else's opinion. I don't. How do you?
What I'm saying though, I don't believe that Whoopi Goldberg is ugly though. I think Whoopi Goldberg is beautiful. I don't think Whoopi Goldberg is ugly. But the point is that she's been made a metaphor, and when you look at the features that's being attacked, it's because of her hair, it's because of her nose, it's because of her lips, it's because of her smile. Those are the things that they try to say that make.
I think that's a reach, bro. I mean, I get it. I get that. I swear.
The only thing I'm asking Yanga, like, you never heard of that though? You never heard of
I do. I'm playing naive. I'm playing super naive. I'm not gonna play that slow. I do get it. I do, and I so want to support it. However, I think when you're pushing something, especially if you're deifying something, that there should be some, you know what I'm saying, some substance to it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the reason you're using her images, I get it, but I mean, when people go behind in this Whoopi Goldberg, I think she doesn't embody any of that, what you're talking about. And I think that it is a bad look, and I think that it's dangerous. And in fact, for some of us who get it, but really don't appreciate it, because I can't appreciate that, who get it though, but it's hard to appreciate, really have a problem to swallow it, because, you know, not only to me are you objectifying the black woman. I'm gonna be honest.
So does Whoopi Goldberg deserve the black man's protection? Yes or no?
I think right now, if she would accept the black man's protection.
See, conditional, bro. That's that manosphere shit.
You can't man that woman to make your ass.
I got a whole live stream on black women not accepting.
So because of the rhetoric that Candace Owens spills, bro, we just allow anything to happen.
No. Who said that? See,
you don't want
double talk. Oh, you learned well from your teacher, young Padawan. Double
I heard the last I had the boot one dude on here that said it was okay for her to get game.
No, absolutely not.
I've already heard that. Because of her political views on black people.
No, I would never advocate that. I would never.
But this is the line. If you saying that we should remove our protected black people based on how they have political.
What did you ask me?
Whoopi Goldberg. What's the point? Then why would we be removing our protection?
Who said remove it? You asked me. Would I protect Whoopi Goldberg? And I said if Whoopi Goldberg accepted. No, I did not. Ooh, double twist. I said if she accepts. I said if she accepts our protection. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Yanga, you ain't trying to give Whoopi Goldberg a red pill beatdown. Chill out.
No, I'm saying, listen, rewind it. What did I say? Here's what I believe in. I believe in the absolute free. See, I'm not gonna. The problem I have with what you guys are trying to attempt is you're proselytizing. I don't proselytize any religion. You're trying to force me to accept it this way, that way. Whoopi would always have my protection if she would accept it. If she needed it, am I going to run out there and defend her willy-nilly? No. If I see her getting attacked or this and that, absolutely. Especially slaughtered by the media, what I do is don't participate. I didn't dust Kanye. I didn't dust Kyrie Irving. I may not agree with their views, but I don't participate in the demise and destruction of a black man. I feel like that's an in-house matter. But I'm not gonna jump out there and champion someone
What about
whose
the demise of a
shit is
nigga?
questionable.
What about the destruction and demise of a nigga?
I believe in the destruction of a nigga philosophy. The nigga in person, I'm totally opposed to, because the nigga in person is a black man. That's a black man. Them cops, at the end of the day, did some stupid nigga shit. Black men reduced themselves. Nigga culture. Black men reduced themselves to be emotional. The brother got shit in his eye. He lost control of himself. And true to typical nigga fashion, he began to destroy, kill, maim. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even take time to calm and collect himself. Whatever their training should have kicked in. It was some straight nigga shit to destroy, to absolutely not just destroy, but to want to inflict as much brutal harm and pain on the best nigga shit. And a nigga is a reflection of our colonizer. That's straight colonized behavior. Yeah, that's a nigga.
You cannot
destroy that mentality.
Yo, you cannot call yourself a revolutionary and talk like that about niggas. Because the whole point, all that conversation of what niggas do, how niggas are violent, how niggas are this, how niggas are that, right? That whole mentality is caught up in respectability politics that's not of us. And it's actually a really good paper by Ronald Judy on the question of nigga authenticity, where he gets into really how we became niggas, and what's important about us being niggas is that it's our control. And I think that's the part that everybody miss about this whole shit. Every other group of people in this country, every other group of people has the ability to philosophize. They have the ability to create their own terms and create an understanding about themselves. The only people that aren't allowed to do that is black people, even though we already do it. Like, because when you sit there and say, "Oh, niggas are violent, niggas are this," I consider myself a nigga. I move like a nigga. I got the mind of a nigga. When I was introduced to the term nigga, it wasn't through violence. When I first heard the term nigga, it wasn't somebody fighting. It wasn't somebody killing nothing. It wasn't somebody destroying nothing. So our contextual relationship, our cultural relationship with the term itself has nothing to do with the images and everything that people portray about niggas as a whole. Because what happens is we take the word nigga and then we pathologize it. We take the word nigga and we try to crystallize its meaning and say it only means this. But to niggas, the word means everything.
Yeah.
Everybody and everything can be a nigga. Which means, as Ronald Judy argues, that the question of what it means to be a nigga literally is the question of what it means to be human. The circumstances and the experiences of black people that took it to where we were denied a culture, we were denied our spirituality, we was denied what made us, and somehow, even through that torture, we still created terms that mattered to us. Even though we got these terms from the colonizer, we still took those terms and gave those terms our meaning. And so when niggas sit back and be like, well, nah, niggas mean it's a difference between black people and niggas, that's really an attachment to the respectability politics of white people. It's because it's not seen or deemed as socially acceptable. Who gives a fuck?
I do. I don't think it's about social acceptability. You know, I could give a fuck, like you said, I could give a fuck about social acceptability. And I agree totally what you said about nigga being everything. Here's the unfortunate reality. Like you said about niggas. Niggas will take that and use that to justify ill behavior. You may be right. There was a time in social culture, because there was a time I referred to myself as a real nigga. But what is real nigga now? Real niggas, the term has changed. And I think there has to be a distinction as we get older, as we begin to try to crystallize and identify some positive black culture. We have to motherfucking, like Blue says, be politically incorrect. We can't keep tiptoeing around this shit. At some point in time, nigga has to evolve into something. We can't keep using it because
evolution. No, that's the point. Because if you can say nigga used to mean this, and now it means all these other things because of us, how is that not an evolution?
The evolution, everything is either evolution or what do they call it when you're moving backwards? You know what I'm saying? Or it's either
but see, it's not. But
decline.
it's not de-evolving.
I would disagree. I would think when Pac had it, I could see where it was going. Like you said, I think everybody probably at one point in time referred themselves to a nigga, real nigga, my niggas. Every now and then, I'm not gonna sit here and play saint. I got my inner circle. You're right. You're dead. I had to almost applaud. I said, yeah, he's right about that. There are certain people that I still refer to that to because of the connotation. However, when an element has taken that word and masquerades their intentions or try to get the community's approval for behavior that is non-productive, I think that we have to snatch that word back or either attach a stigma to the word. We can't keep allowing anything to fly. We didn't. I ain't talking about from white folk though. See, your struggle may just be a white and black struggle. My struggle is also about the evolution and the advancement of us as a people.
No, but the question of how we understand nigga is a intra-racial conversation. The question the question of how we have the like you saying it. Well, that's the struggle. We took it back from white people. No, we were given. It was given to us, right? What I'm trying to identify is the ability for black people to produce knowledge in ways that we control, because everything else we produce is taken and put in the popular culture and made and it's used by everybody else, right? Nigga is the only thing that we use readily. It represents us, but it's still not being socially acceptable. That's a good thing, because what the question is, why is it not socially acceptable? Like even when you were saying black people don't back in the day people didn't even want to be that. Why?
Right.
Because it was a certain image that they wanted to portray that was more acceptable to white society. Nigga is the ultimate fuck you to social culture. There's no other term that makes white people as uncomfortable, or any group of people really as uncomfortable as the word nigga. Except Mexicans, probably.
I'm not arguing that. And let me throw a note in here. Good look, everybody on the panel. Please, I hope we can reciprocate this on the Arena Uncensored sometimes. Great discussion. I'm not disagreeing with that, Domo. But like you said, I'm not talking intraracial. I could give a fuck about their social acceptance as us as black people. I'm talking about, is the word a detriment or a benefit? Have an element of our community, have a segment of our community use the word to masquerade nefarious activities. It's just like the no snitching campaign. I mean, is this what we're allowing to happen? And until we take mastery of the word again. See, we don't produce them cats that was using the word nigga like in the 70s and 80s that go upside your fucking head. We let these young motherfuckers or any motherfucker, ignorant motherfucker, get away with using that word and doing some fucking counterproductive, destructive shit in the community. So when do we make the distinction? When do we say, hey, either you can't use that word or we got to stomp that type of philosophy of the nigga element out? I mean, how far does it go? That's all I'm asking. But I'm saying we have to make a distinction.
If we're saying that it's everything and it can mean everything, that means that those negative elements will inevitably be a part of it. Okay. It's literally black people who don't like the word nigga, who are destructive and who are violent or who are counterproductive, right? They say it, they'll be like, I don't use the word nigga, and you shouldn't use the word nigga either. But everything else that they do is counterproductive and detrimental to black people.
Yeah.
So that means that the same ways that blackness is multifaceted, has different aspects of itself. Nigga is just as multifaceted. So you're going to have niggas that, because even the way that we talk about it both good and bad. Like we can talk about it like when I seen Blue was live, I was like, my nigga, my nigga live. But then there's other niggas that I see go live, and I'm like, this nigga,
that nigga.
You know what I'm saying? I'm literally using the same word, but the context, the affect, the emotion attached to how it's being applied is what gives it its meaning and understanding. So like I'm okay with saying that, like when we be like, yo, niggas, bro, like I say that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like and that is negative. You feel me? But at the same time, I don't over determine the negative aspect of niggas to niggas, because I myself is a nigga, and that shit and that could be applied to me just as much. Niggas can hear me and see me and be like, that nigga, I hate him. I can't stand that nigga.
It probably is, but
it's a lot.
That's why I use it, because like I said, it goes back to my primary question: how do we distinguish productivity from non-productivity? There is the politics of all my skin folk or my kin folk are done. That black skin politic, that all kumbaya politic, those days are done. So when you
I'm about to fuck your head up with this. Watch, go ahead and finish, but I'm about to fuck your head up. What I'm gonna say after that.
Go ahead.
Nah, because the way that you understand productivity is through white culture.
Okay.
When you ask the question of like, is it productive? How is it productive? That is the understanding of productivity from capitalism that dictates the country as it operates today. And so it's a question of what is it? Because when you say productivity, you asking what in terms of what does it produce materially? The thing about our culture.
No.
Hold on. The thing about our
culture. Was it produced? Period.
Yeah, but that's it. Culture. That's what it's constantly producing, right? And it's you not recognizing the value of the culture that comes out of it. And because like what happens is, especially as older, because I'm now in that older age to where it's like I talk about the young kids. Yeah, you older than me, but you know what I'm saying? I'm in that phase, right?
You're in that
and what ends up happening is, and this is something that I've actively tried to make sure that I don't engage in, is that when our age group and our generation is no longer making popular culture amongst the group, what ends up happening is that generational disconnect makes it to where we inadvertently start to demonize what the younger generations do. Like that's why it's always been this new generation, these new niggas. They were saying these new niggas when I was a kid, and then now niggas like me, my age, talking about these new niggas. Nah, y'all was shooting shit up too. Y'all was killing niggas in school too. You know what I'm saying? Like so the way that we have to start understanding productivity isn't from the question of, well, are we getting rid of all the bad elements, but are we feeding into the culture and enriching the culture in a way to where we questioning what we understand is bad. Like, shooting up shit and the violence, right? Like that's an issue that all communities deal with, and it's something that we got to deal with internally, and we should, you know what I'm saying, be cognizant about. But at the same time, we have to understand and see the redemptive qualities and the redemptive traits in the things that we consider bad, so that we have a better understanding of how we can plant better seeds with this shit. Because a lot of how we understand what's bad, right? Like even black kids specifically, we've ignored the ways in which we've been called bad so much over just things that are innately us, like kids that think a little bit faster than everybody else, right? Kids that can't sit still, even though kids ain't supposed to sit still, they kids. Right. But when they're not, when we've looked at our own culture and our own people from this lens of obedience, and when we aren't operating within that frame of obedience, that's when we get to, we like that. This is why they the problem. This is why we gotta like niggas are essentially disobedient.
Niggas are disobedient. Listen, I can't stay on Domo. I'm saluting. I can see, bruh. I can see you had some great points. You cheated me, man, by leaving the league, man.
We gonna have to talk about that. The nigga thing. We gonna have to have a whole debate about that and respectability politics in general, but definitely the nigga thing, because like Yanga said, he gotta go. But because I agree with Domo, because I feel like that's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I feel like it's nothing wrong with us embracing that word. It's like it's kind of like. That's why I said the same concept can be applied to Abrahamic faith and how we view it, because, well, the way Blue is viewing it, I feel like the energy of everything, like from Blue to Lex, you feel like you better because you feel what I'm saying, you have the ability to deal with certain spirits on a certain degree or whatever, even outside the worship. You feel what I'm saying? the same could be applied to the nigga. You feel what I'm saying? We chose to embrace that and make it our own. The same thing that we can do with Abrahamic faith. And as we evolve, we can't just do some type of separation. You feel what I'm saying? I'm like, oh yeah, you a nigga, you acting like that. It's just like, come on now. It's just like, if it's that person character and they just being all around ghetto, and it's just ghetto as in, you feel what I'm saying? It's harming somebody. You feel what I'm saying? You just a piece of shit. You know, like, and that's why, and it does tie into baby mama and baby father culture, because it's just like, is that nigga shit? Like,
hey man, it's a
respectability conversation.
I have to. I'm sorry I cut in, gynocracy. I have to run. Domo, I can see, boy. You always bring that fire when you're. I told you, I actually like you. You cheated me by leaving the league, though. You cheated me by leaving.
Nigga, I got kicked out, nigga. Y'all don't understand this. I got kicked out.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We got it. Yeah. You know, appreciate the debate, bro. You made some points. I love to revisit it with you. I gotta go for a minute. If y'all Blue, man, like always, man. So, shouts out to the dark side, man. I appreciate you letting me get on, you know, and let me have a rebuttal. You know, I always like going back and forth with you. I'm looking forward to me and your debate, double master teacher. Yeah. And we still gonna talk about this Whoopi Goldberg thing, bro. Baby. Thank you for adopting me and always riding out with. Well, you be riding with me, win, lose, or draw, don't you? You down, so I lose. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. And at the end of the day, man, all this shit is about our advancement, man. But I want to revisit this nigga thing.
Yeah, we do. I wrote it down.
Man. Shout out.
Definitely. Peace. Yeah, I think though the issue too, like if you try to move it over to like the Abrahamic faith, I think the issue when you talk about the Abrahamic faith, they hold fast to the same things that basically keep capitalism alive. It's like the same ideology that all people are inherently evil, inherently wicked, inherently greedy, like all of these things people inherit just for being human beings. And that's part of the reason why people move the way they do, because they feel like, well, if we left it out there, somebody, it's always this one person that would take everything, and it's like, nah. And we try to deify this loud minority. You know what I mean? And that's all it is. It's a loud minority, but it's still a minority in what it is, the bad apple. And it's not worth, you know, what ends up happening. We sacrifice the majority for them.
Wait, what happened? We sacrificed the majority for what?
For the loud minorities in society. So like even like a lot of times the argument against like EBT or welfare or what is it, whatever, you know, child support, all of the arguments against these things. Yeah, they try to use a loud minority of people who take you know, they create a loud minority. They try to use this minority of people who take advantage of the system, which no matter what kind of system you pick, it's always going to be a few people who are going to try to figure out a way to take advantage. But it's never the majority.
And it's really more white people that take advantage of it. And that's why we're going to have to get into like and as far as the arena is concerned, like how they see that, how they see that.
Brett Favre just got caught. Like Brett Favre, we still talking about the welfare queen, but Brett Favre just got caught in the big time welfare. That should be the face of welfare fraud and scam, not trying to still use the black woman. But you got niggas that still want to try to point out it's the black woman and this and that. But it's like, nigga, you got Brett Favre and them doing it. You got rich people on a regular basis getting caught in all kind of in these different type of scams.
Right.
I don't know if you know who Brett Favre is, but he was a famous quarterback and a white dude.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, yeah, I just think it was a misunderstanding.
Oh no, it wasn't no. You know,
I'm not talking about that situation. I'm talking about this whole live stream.
Yeah. No, I heard everything.
Except for the Stemya part, because I think, because I agree with you on the Stemya part. I was just trolling like a motherfucker. Yeah. But I think Yanga is being a little bit disingenuous on that, because that was a big insult coming up. It's real bad. Okay, I don't deny that part of it. But yeah, and then I want you to just know that it got really ugly, because he was saying coon this, coon that, and yeah, we just started leaning. We was just talking about everything. We were just leaning on all the fucking points. It was 7 hours.
I don't take that stuff personal. It's YouTube for me, so I like to, No,
I'm saying that's what Lex was saying, but we was getting in his ass. Yeah. Outside of us talking about Stemya, when we had a real conversation just about pro-blackness and stuff like that, his answers just wasn't very, all the way pro-black. I mean, he came up there with his Khalid Muhammad hat on and all that other shit, and he was slacking. He you sound more radical in this live stream than Lex was in that live stream, because if we can go bar for bar, I could pick out all the things that's anti-African, anti-black about you. You're really not about that life for real. You know what I'm saying? It sounds good, but if it's not your own personal reality, you can't just go on and debate and just because you're getting fucked up. You a coon anyway. What? You know what I'm saying? Because you can't connect this man to, you know what I'm saying, the roots of Islam, because he already said he don't fuck with that. He fuck with it from an esoteric standpoint, which is a rarity. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we should be coming together to bang on some of these people that, you know what I'm saying, is spreading the super duper hardcore religion. And that's where me and Yanga was at with it, because the conversation really wasn't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Especially since he got fucked up by me, But yeah,
that's a running rivalry. I think Black to be live probably soon. It'll probably go on that again.
You said what?
I say Black to probably be live again soon. It'll probably go in. I mean, I didn't catch any of that. So
you breaking up? I can't hear you.
Oh, my fault. Well, I was saying, I didn't catch that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm sure. I said I'm sure Lex will be live, later on or whatever to to address whatever. But I didn't catch any of that. I'm just I heard what I needed to hear, to make a decision on should I cook, Yanga or not. So I thought I heard more than enough,
It wasn't even about Yanga. I was on the panel with him for most of the time. Then when Yanga came up, then Yanga started lighting his ass up. And he was upset because he kind of talked himself in the corner when he said he was going to try to take the guns from white people. And I was like, no, that leads down to trading and shit.
Yep, I've had further discussions though. That's why I was explaining to Yanga when he first came. I've had discussions with Yanga before. So I know his attachment to the Abrahamic faith. I've already heard him. I heard him, multiple times. We got into it before. Only reason why we didn't, go this far with it is because Suave was trying to create a whole narrative that, we was getting ready at the camp and we was having a fallout and it wasn't even that serious. We was just
so y'all was having so y'all, so it was hyped up. It was an instigator that was coming.
So we
that's why I said we need to come together, get each other views up and stuff like that, and just we can have friendly debates, but it don't have to be disrespectful. And I can mediate it because because y'all do too much. Like the ad hominems gotta stop though, because that's what stopped the debate from being friendly, and people become a sore loser. We not having that. That shit is but y'all proved their point, because
that's the YouTube
about the nigga shit type thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got on Blackson for coming up on a Lions Den with no shirt on, because I said, what you ready to fight? Because on SVDO you got on a suit. That's nigga shit. You participating in the nigger shit. Like, you love it.
Yeah, but when you look at it, and that's where, that's what made SVDO what it was. Is it wasn't you know, it's a part of that is the YouTube part of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes, because you got to think, for the most part, the information in itself, especially right now, when you look at the sector that we in right now, we can't necessarily out entertain the beef sector. We're in the beef sector. And so it's like when you look at what built SVDL, it really was like made for this sector that we was in. Yeah, that's what drew people. You got the information, but yeah, it was gonna be hella smoke. Nigga, we fuck you, bitch. Nigga, turn to Psalms 38, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was doing that shit.
We're gonna have to be careful with that because it's gonna turn into the intellectual Biggie and Tupac though. Motherfuckers taking this too far. And that's what we have to draw. Is we gonna draw a line, or is we gonna get into some nigga shit? Because you know, I just came from a very messy sector. We can get into that, but it's like, what is we actually doing? Because we can lean on each other all day, and then we gonna have to lean on Stemya. Then your chest gonna be hurting because you was going off on Yang.
I mean, you know, it's all fun for me. I ain't, you know, it ain't that personal. I don't have no issues.
I know. I'm just teasing you.
I just, you know, I thought it was a good. I just think I think my doctrine, you know, stands alone, and I'm definitely willing to, you know, to put my doctrine. That's why I'm here.
And I'm okay. And I'm okay with the fact that Lex called me a fat hoe. I did call him a bitch in the beginning. That's strange because I was going off. Okay, I know you heard that part. but I had that energy because he called me. He tried to call me fat over like the wrench back and forth thing. So I told him, you know,
I didn't even know that Lex was even on that panel with y'all ever until when like 30 minutes before the show, I started the show again. I started it over so I can hear it. You know what I'm saying? So certain shit can be fresh in my mind.
And I told Lex, I said, sir, you need to stand up. We don't know if you have a leg. Because you evidently you have a peg leg. They said they see you rolling and shit in real life, in real time. You can't be calling nobody fat. That's anti-black. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? All them African niggas like big girls.
Hear that part.
The fuck? All them African niggas, they like them big. What are you talking about? The African women will leave the village to get fatter just so the men can want them. Hold on. The women in those villages make the women leave so they can get fatter. So what are you talking about all this African nonsense for? It's all types of different body types in Africa. So you're gonna have to tighten up on that too. See, a lot of people is still very colonized. They can talk all that Stemya shit and stuff like that, but you really have to decolonize your mind because you ignorant. Like I got on Lex, I said, y'all talking all this Stemya shit, but you look on your community tabs and there's white bitches on there. So I'm gonna need you to tighten up. You go on your live stream, you talking about how you scared to go past a group of teenagers because you feel like you would have to pull out some mace. Tighten the fuck up. You feel what I'm saying? What is we really doing right now? And even you just teetering and tottering in a lot of things about, hold on, yes. Even just teetering and tottering on a situation about how you scared to deal with black women because what Tracy did. And I understand he troll a lot, but I'm saying here, like, how do you troll that way and you talking shit about cornery and who's anti-African and we can lean on you for 40 days and 40 nights. It's not adding up, sir. Come on now, let's go. Like, we not doing that. You're a little bit more strict in your ideology of removing colorism, anti-blackness, and some people just playing. Some people troll too fucking much. Now, when it comes down to trolling, I troll a lot. I'm addicted to trolling, but certain shit I won't troll on. I don't troll about that colorism shit. I don't troll about interracial relationships because I'm really pro-black in this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean. I would say that's for
the mic drop. Okay.
So yeah, I don't know about all of that, but I'm sure he'll go live and address it.
He gonna have to because he gonna say, "Oh, I was just trolling, I was just fucking around, I was just making an example or whatever." But I don't troll that way. I don't think Yanga would troll that way. Even though even though Black Son be trolling about White Son, he be fucking around or whatever. Like he joking because he did a little white voice and shit like that. But you really go hard. Like what's up with that? Just like you just said, that's typhoonish. Like it is.
That's a question for him. No. He not here.
Okay, yeah, but you is the face of dark side though, and I'm glad you made that clear so now we can have a better understanding of it. Because Lex be pushing that shit so hard, and I feel like some of the stuff he say is like is this what it really is? So I feel like this stream is also for you to clear the air about what's really going on because everybody has a better understanding now.
But what I think in general though, when we talk about the dark side and dark side, everybody doesn't have necessarily the same doctrine or necessarily agree.
Right.
Like you gonna hear, especially you gonna hear Kofi say some shit that none of us may agree with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You might hear, you know what I'm saying? You might hear anybody say some shit, but it is.
So what is the love doctrine?
The love doctrine is the most powerful force in existence.
Some more bullshit.
Go ahead, man.
It's the doctrine that Yame almost and Yame almost cut us off for that love doctrine. It brings out it brings out the demons a lot of times in people. So usually, like right about now, I'm expecting probably in Yame and Akasha. Sometimes it just brings out the demon in them, and they ain't got no choice when they hear the love doctrine, but to just try to fire off.
What is it? You still ain't explain what it is.
Yeah, it's just it's the way that it's how we it's basically the force behind the civil rights movement, and it's basically gonna be the force behind the revolution.
So what is that? I don't. What is the force behind it? What is it? The love. Love.
Agape energy. Agape energy.
No.
That's coined by Diane Nash.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. When you first came on here, right, and you was talking about how hold on. When you first came on here, you was talking about how radical you is and about war and all this other stuff. Where did the love come in at? What are you talking about? Love what? Love who? Love yourself? Love sacrifice?
The love is the energy that gives you the power to make the sacrifice that's necessary. You ain't gonna make
the love is love. You love
that's
the white man.
Sorry,
you love the white man until he love you back.
That's what it sounds like.
Him so much.
That sounds like coonery.
You just love him so much. Give him all of your love. He gonna turn around and love you right on back.
Nigga, no.
Love is the only thing that's strong enough to change. It can actually change energy. So you can manipulate a negative charge into a positive one through love.
I don't disagree.
No,
you can't. But you have to love your people. Black people don't love black people. Mm-hmm. How we gonna love white people if we don't love our goddamn self? That was my argument.
I don't. But that's the thing, though. The point of what agapic energy also talks about is that
it's already too much love. What are you saying? We love too hard. We need to stop being so loving. We need to hate more. We need to hate them motherfuckers so we can rise up and realize this our goddamn.
I think we hate.
Land.
I think we hate the ideology, and I think in hating the ideology, I think we'll get the results that we're looking for. I don't think we have to though show an open hate or practice a hate for the people. I think though the ideology.
Y'all come off all aggressive talking about some love. What?
That's what we have to do.
So wait, you want to keep the ad hominems and all the nigger shit in the debate, but you talking about love and what are you talking about? What?
Yeah, because it's love.
No, confusion.
I do believe in the power of love. It would change things, but love, you have to first love yourself, love your people. Then that other stuff, if you don't love yourself, it's not love. And even King in the end said, "Man, I need to get more into the reality of what's going on." And he started attacking poverty, and that's when they shot him.
But he strayed away too. He didn't know how to. Love
Who
is
is he
something now
loving?
that can be weaponized.
Who is he loving? Who?
Well, the love in general is because love is a weapon, and so when you look at how love was used at that time period, it allowed more people to be a part of the fight than it could be using other weapons. So everybody couldn't carry necessarily a gun or any other type of machinery. But
How you gonna be talking about water love?
Everybody could not participate. Everybody could make a sacrifice of themselves. You know what I'm saying? And put themselves in harm's way. And in order to just disrupt and also cause change.
That's gonna come from hate, boo, because people gonna hate the conditions that they live in so much that they willing to make that sacrifice because of the love of the people that's gonna come after us.
Now, we hate our condition.
That's
You can hear it in our music. We just don't love each other enough. We definitely hate our condition. We hated slavery. We hated,
our hate is misplaced, just like our love be misplaced.
Well, I don't think though that I think part of the issue with hate is that you end up blinded by it. I think it's easier for us to move, and we can move more smart and strategic under love. I think it's a better energy, but it's not only because
so you was breaking up so bad. You was breaking up so bad.
You don't. That's what I'm saying though. Basically, you don't want to use hate in order to win the war, because that energy has to come back around. And so that's the thing. You're trying to manipulate, or you're trying to change the energy that's got you now. And so love will actually change it, because eventually the energy that we shift out is going to come back around. And the question is what do we want to come back around? Is it love or hate?
We need balance, not just one thing. We need a balance of love and hate.
I don't think the only reason why we would say we need a balance is because of our condition. There's a lack of love. But if you don't have a lack of love, then there's no need for hate.
The love is misplaced. Where we place our love go into the wrong direction. Where we place our hate go into the wrong direction. It's very unbalanced where it goes. It's not that we have a lack of love or a lack of hate. It's a lack of balance of where the hate and love go. So you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I still say that hate that you're gonna send out is gonna come back around. That energy cycle back around.
But the only way that shit work, Blue.
I think you're getting. Hold on. Like I think you're getting a higher vibration. You know what I'm saying? Which when you're in a higher vibration to manifest or whatever you're trying to do, whatever your intentions is, right? You have to. It's not necessarily gonna be love, but it's gonna be in the state of indifference. You know what I'm saying? When you get in that state of mind and you get in that meditative state and you're trying to do whatever. Like what are we talking about when you say love? That's why I said you gotta put, make it tangible, because I don't know what you mean. Is we talking about spirituality? Is we talking about politics? Is we talking about a certain subject? Is we talking about for a revolution? What do you mean, boo?
Bro, the only way that this shit work, is if you're talking about radical love and radical acceptance for Black people. If you're saying that, then it's
yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
When you talking about when we start talking about Diane Nash and them and what Dr. King and them was doing, then it's like, nah, bro, they killed that nigga still. All that radical love that Dr. King, that letter from Birmingham jail, all that shit, it was beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, he deserved a Nobel Peace Prize. Like, man was an icon. But they showed us what they do with niggas that love them radically.
He went away from the love doctrine though. He strayed away. That's why he got killed.
But that's a
Diane.
No, you don't
Diane
No,
understand.
no, he
alive
didn't.
today.
He didn't
No,
stray
he
away.
didn't.
He hold on.
No,
He
no,
didn't
he
stray
didn't stay
away.
away.
He was tired, but he didn't even do shit before they put a bullet in him. What is you saying?
Yeah,
He
like
tried to leverage. He tried to leverage.
He always talked economics.
He didn't get a chance
Nah,
to. What are
he
you
tried to
saying?
leverage. He tried to leverage niggas
He
being
didn't get a chance to
warring,
do
going to war in
shit.
the streets. He threatened the president.
Yeah, look, he did. That's
Did
true,
he not, Domo? Did he not threaten?
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
threatened.
because he realized they lied. They lied to him.
Yep.
They
But
lied
that's
to
why
him.
he got
That
killed.
part,
No, you
you're
can't
not
threaten
gonna
no
take that
president.
part away from it. You're not
That
gonna
ain't
take
the love
part. That's what
doctrine.
you were saying in the beginning of this live stream, that you're not gonna
If
take
you,
away the blood. You're not gonna take away the bloodshed. That you're gonna have to sacrifice. So that part of it is still there. Somebody's still going to have to die. They didn't just kill him just because he had a revolutionary mindset. All of a sudden, he didn't even get the chance to work with it before they decided they was going to kill him. It's deeper than that. You feel me?
Yeah, and literally, if changing his mind was all it took for them to kill him, he was on the hit list anyway.
Yeah.
They was already watching him. They already was making sure.
Like, he didn't
He
already
already
had
was
attempts
making
on his
sure.
life. Like, Dr.
Right.
King didn't move around like when niggas wouldn't, like, that wasn't the first time he was tried. If they, like, bro, if they had their way, but if I mean, his house would have been burnt down. He would have been hung up in a jail somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
Yeah, like,
right.
The shit is, that's
I
why
think though, I think though that was a solid, that's the argument I made on you in our debate. I was able to line that up because I mean I do though. I think once you threaten though the president, you kind of going against. I don't think Diane Nash would have agreed to, hey man, go ahead and try to say that, hey, if you either rock with us or niggas gonna be out terrorizing the streets tonight. I think she would have said, hey, you're straying away.
Yeah, bro, but he had to. Like,
yeah, he had.
Go ahead, Yamin.
No, I'm just saying he had to because nothing changed. They got the laws passed, but the state of the nation was still the same.
Yeah.
But that's because it was misdirection though. I think in general what they was looking for is not something that we're gonna be able to get in general from society. I understand why they did it because they feel like, okay, we would have more, of course, we'd have more protection if we share in the same school, the same community, the same public, you know what I'm saying? It'd be more protection. But I think what they failed to realize is that, like you said, it was the economic part of it. And even if fighting, you know what I'm saying, even if we had shifted our direction to that, like that's something that the government has to change. You know what I'm saying? Themselves. The same way, and I always say this, the same way they built the middle class is the only way that they're gonna be there. It's simple as them putting what they put on paper. It's like you're gonna have to undo the zones. They still haven't, you know what I'm saying? They still trying to act like, well, we don't do the, the zoning anymore. But a lot of the shit you get is now based on your area code. And your area code, usually where you stay at, is based off of the zones that they did in the fucking 20s.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
no,
they do it.
It's gerrymandering.
Yeah. And gentrification. They do it through the private corporations. Just like they'll move people out the city, the inner city, and then these corporations will come in and buy all the buildings. The black public can't afford them no more. And then Amazon comes in, all the tech companies come in, and the young people with making that money live in those high price apartments and townhomes. But black people gets alienated and isolated outside the job area, and that's what's happening. That's how they're doing it now.
Right.
What's up, gentlemen?
P.
My
Dizzle,
favorite
what's good with
keyway.
it?
What's up with it?
What's
And
good,
y'all
Josh?
name OG? I can't call it. You dumb as fuck, Domo. You know damn well over there religion is king, and you about to try to talk politics. You're gonna rock me to sleep unless you simplify it and keep it. I mean, I'm rooting for you, of course, and I know you're gonna slaughter them. It's just they can't see past religion, and I'm just hoping you can break it down, huh?
What you talking about, bro?
You and Yara.
Yara promoting the debate.
Oh, my bad.
Nah, I mean it's cool if he.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. I meant to tell you that. Yeah, I had seen it.
You gotta flip it. Like you gotta try to.
He did a stream on it.
You know he gonna try to
like the thumbnail.
Oh, he gonna simul stream it.
It's a fire little thumbnail though. I don't think he's simul streaming. I think it was like a community tab.
Oh, a promo for the.
What's the debate about?
Should religion play a role in black politics?
Oh, okay.
No, he said which is better for black people, black politics or religion. Not like that, but like, yeah, he's saying which one do we need, religion or politics? And of course we need politics because religion is like outdated. We ain't going off them.
Not even close. This shouldn't even be a hard debate.
It's not. It's which one.
What's up, Psycho?
Should religion play a role in black?
What's going on, Gun?
So I don't know why I don't know what he think. I mean, that's an easier debate for me. Like,
yeah.
But it is Yara. Don't think
it's gonna be good. He gonna take you way out in the woods.
Yeah,
he gonna take you out in the
that's
woods.
what I'm saying. He can go out to the woods by his damn self. We both got our own speeches. So he gonna go out to the woods. You know, my shit gonna be prepared. So like I already know what I'm gonna say. You can't make me say nothing that I'm not gonna say.
I would only suggest you oversimplify it, bro. That's my only suggestion.
Oh, yeah. Man, I've been asking Psycho for this clip, and he's got to find it. Where Dr. King talks about how he's gonna love the white man and just keep loving him.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna give it to you. I got you.
Hey, but I get up with you.
Blaspheme, y'all should never do that.
What you say, Blue?
I said that's called blasphemy. Y'all should never do that.
Oh, I got to have that.
Yeah, that's black.
I already had to listen to 90 kicking the shit out of him in the debate. I was like, damn, and I had been debating like, damn, I probably would go ahead and debate her on that. Then she debated, I think it was like Madonna. I said, oh hell nah.
Yeah, I'm not down in the man. I'm down in that philosophy. You just gonna keep loving them.
The propaganda was real. Yeah, the propaganda was real that we was fed with Martin Luther King. Like we was fed with a lot of propaganda that all black people was holding hand by hand, side by side, marching with them back then, and that wasn't even hardly the case, not even close.
Right.
If you don't believe it, just look at how BLM is being treated today. That's pretty much the same dynamic you had back then, because all black people don't rock with BLM. A lot of black people see BLM what it was, a bunch of grifters that attached a serious statement to their little political agendas that doesn't even suit black people. And a lot of people saw that civil rights movement the same way back then, and they didn't rock with that. Yeah.
Yeah, like my mom.
Because even that's a good point. Because even in the letters from Birmingham jail, he point out how like his contemporaries and even some of the people that he looked at as leaders and elders was kind of telling him that he was doing too much. Like he points that out. Like he was saying that even amongst like the other black religious community, he was being told that like they not liking how he moving, like getting arrested, going to jail, all of that. chaos and creating civil strife. They were saying they wasn't with that.
You gotta understand, because he a lot of them towns he was going to, he didn't live there, right? Like, so he would come there and he would march and do his speeches and everything else, protest, get locked up, like you were saying. He'll do all this in front of the cameras and then leave. Them people still gotta live there. They don't.
That's what Kwame Ture talks about that when he was in Mississippi. He said he was on the ground, and then on the day of the march, King would come out for the march, and after the march over, he would fly back out. But they had to deal with the stuff on the ground, with the the people going to vote, getting shot at. He said it was it was a big difference when you have to live there day to day and deal with it, and there's no cameras around.
Right.
Yeah, because all you're doing is pissing off all these white people, creating all this racial tension, and then don't have to deal with none of the repercussions of that racial tension.
Yep.
It's like, yeah.
And back then he had like the president's protection, JFK and Robert Kennedy was looking out for him for a long time, until he started speaking out against the war. That's when they pulled away their little protection, their little shield they had over him, and that's when he was fair game, and that's when they was able to get to him.
Yeah, I seen, because even
that's why that love
took
shit,
a lot of shots, bro.
You said what?
I said, yeah, I see, because that's Ella Baker took a lot of shots at him. A lot of shots, bro.
Yeah, my mom said, my mom grew up in New Orleans back then, and she said, black people had their own shit. They didn't want nothing to do with no white people. They was like, what the hell is this king talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black people had to be talked into integration. I say that all the time. Like, this wasn't black people was not requesting integration. When it came to separate but equal, what they was complaining about was being treated equal. They didn't care nothing about being separated. Right. That didn't bother them.
Access to resources. As Asa Hilliard talks about, he had 3 generations of teachers in his family, and he said the problem was this access to resources, the latest books, the best schools for the kids to go to. They didn't care to sit down next to white people because they knew they could teach just as good as any white school. They just needed the resources.
But the issue was they wasn't about to bring the resources to them.
So that's why they thought the problem was integration.
Right.
Because
so
righteously
we'll
were
give y'all
integrated.
access. We'll give
and
y'all.
then Jim Crow did it.
But as much as people talk about how black people didn't want to integrate, segregation was having a mental and social impact on black people, specifically black students. Like what fucked me up the most about Brown versus Board of Education is that what convinced the judges that separate but equal wasn't equal was the data, was like the studies and the data that was presented in the case. That show how like that that segregation was having an impact on students' self-esteem, students' ability to learn. You know what I'm saying? Students' ability, all the levels of what kids need to grow in terms of how they see themselves and everything else. The data was showing that it was having a detrimental impact. So it's
my pushback to that would be that I see the same effects now, even after we've been integrated all these years.
Right. That's because we still segregated.
They did the dog test. They do the dog test today. You pretty much still had the same results. And that's why
segregated though. That's what I'm saying. Like, because even though integration took place, it's been all these things to make sure that the de jure segregation is still, it's still what it is. Because like I had a debate with Taz in the league where I showed that like all the data shows that like most black people live around all black people. Most white people live around all white people. The only place where we integrated is in the free market and the labor markets, where we go to work and where we go to buy shit. That's the only thing that's integrated. Our money, how we spend money, what we buy, all those things, that's how we integrated. outside of that, where we live, where you know what I'm saying, like
that's how white people wanted it though. But that was the
point. It's even more.
That's why instead of offering us equal, they offered us integration because they got the benefit from it. That's why they made the little short films when all this first happened, how to sell to the Negro and everything else, because all they saw was dollar signs, and that was their purpose of integration. And they, as you can see, they benefited a lot from it, more than we did.
I want to know what are they doing now, because they still showing like immigrants something. Because they come over, bro, like they already know how to handle you and shit. Like that shit be kind of awkward, bro. They don't have no fear. And they automatically be acting like they know you still in it. It's like a certain way they know how to deal with you.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like immigrants and shit, bro. They be getting businesses over here. It's like they be getting some sort of fucking.
That's because the image of like we can't assume that our music and our taste and everything else that we create isn't being exported to the rest of the world, and our social image ain't being exported along with that. Like, so the reason why like they respond to black people the way that they do is because they believe all of the stereotypes and the myths and you know what I'm saying, all the fucked up characterizations, and like they abide by all that. They fuck with all of that. You know what I mean? So shit, they like, oh, the news say that black people robbing and stealing. Black person walk in their store, don't steal. Don't rob. I'm watching you. I got a gun too.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what that shit.
And see, I think they also they kind of in a lot of ways. I think that's why when I be talking about like us having like media that's actually propaganda, it's like we don't really necessarily have to cover. I think like the regular news is gonna do enough of covering, I guess, the truth, if niggas want to, you know what I'm saying, call it that. You know what I mean? The shit going on and the truth, or if that's what they calling it, it's going 9 times out of 10 be us doing whatever negative you could think of. And I be like, with us, with like social media platforms, I don't think we have to do that. I think it's like that's our chance to create our own kind of propaganda. And it being for us first, you know what I'm saying? But then also the same way people are drawn to our music, like they're drawn to our social media. And it's like we gotta kind of portray a different type of news, entertainment, you know what I'm saying, music, all of that type of shit.
But that's why I feel like niggas kind of fuck up like the potential of YouTube and the rest of social media. Cause it's like YouTube provide the opportunity for people to create independent media platforms that still get a lot of fucking views, right? That can be viewed literally as much as it's probably like niggas going viral is bigger than, you know what I'm saying, like the news audience type shit. The problem though is that niggas just want to talk about the shit that mainstream media is talking about. And like I guess in the ways that they want to talk about it, but it's still ultimately being dictated by the same images, the same stories, people, the same shit people care about. It's not as many people being thought leaders in terms of like introducing new conversation as opposed to just being like hella reactionary with what niggas discuss. Like,
right.
And so that's why I feel like we kind of missed the boat, because we can.
I agree with that.
We can literally be, you know, reshaping whole conversations, creating completely new narratives. I mean, and not even have to be agreeing on shit, but like when we essentially like I didn't even know beef sector was a thing, but that whole shit is disappointing. It's disappointing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because it's just like it's how can you might as well just watch Love and Hip Hop. It's like you watching like beef sector is just Love and Hip Hop with poor people.
Yep. That's what they emulate. They reality YouTube stars. That's exactly what they emulate. Yep. Reality TV.
And like literally and only do it. They not going to all the glamorous spots that the reality TV stars going. They literally just beefing from their office.
It's even worse nigger shit that like Mustard Gate is wild. But anyway, but yeah, the B sector is crazy.
I mean,
I
like,
seen Wild Rack recently got caught up in that dumb shit. Like,
man, bro, it's like, come on, man.
I watched the shit go down. I went over there, you know, being nosy because a blue irky ass be over there. And so I was being nosy and I watched it in real time. I even, you feel what I'm saying? It came down to the point where my gang stalkers came into Tracy chat thinking Tracy was going to drag me. And I was like, girl, you had a man in front of over 2K people say your coochie tastes like mustard and you might have AIDS after he ate your coochie. Like, that's straight nigga shit. Like, people don't need to think that's normal. It's people right now that's riding with her. Like, that shit is okay. Like, what? It's a mess.
Yeah, bro. I like what happened. I mean, I feel like the nigga got his wish. Like, the nigga wanted clout.
And that's just trifling. That's not even about being a nigga or not. That's just trifling.
It's frustrating. Like, I hate to see. Right, and I hate to see him. I hate to see him go through it, and then it's just like, and then just seeing all these different channels of these different people. That's just like, yeah, this black man. Because when I was born, I was like, what the fuck does, like, what are y'all beef about? Like, just the beef sector. What's the beef?
The beef sector, like the beef sector is like weird because it's. At this point, you really don't know. It's so confusing. It just got so deep. But I feel like the scary part about it is I feel like most of them discussions spring from like the black sector and like which is also have more serious discussions, or the conscious sector. A lot of these sectors is interwoven, and then you look and you like, hey, you was just debating on so and so platform. You over there cussing somebody out over what? Like, this is what happens. Or you'll see somebody who used to be a frequent Sinetta channel. They in the beef sector. Like, this is what's going on. Like, it's just like, I also blame capitalism as well. Motherfuckers just try and get some fast paper for real. You know, it is money there. Don't get the game fucked up. They get the donations, the cash apps, the super chats.
People love train wrecks. People love train wrecks.
Yeah, and people love train wrecks.
Yeah.
Like, they said Tracy a whole bunch of money to go home. You think she was gonna go home? No, she spent it on that nigga. Like, you know.
So, because like even but with the conscious community, right? Like, it's like I kind of get it because it's I look, even though it's like a lot of bullshit, but on the flip side, like, it's still the foundation of it is niggas trying to create new information, right? Niggas like trying to re-understand like the way we look at Africa, re-understand the way that we look at religion. So it's like, all right, that ethos I could rock with. I could fuck with that. But I just don't see like the investment in like developing YouTube beef and then literally only making content about that. Like,
well, it's almost like,
that's a little, I agree with that. That's too far.
It's kind of like if you listen to the Captain Tazariot versus what was his name, Whack 100 argument. It's pretty much, well, we find because there's fuck shit going on in the conscious community, you know what I'm saying? We might as well just go full fuck shit because them niggas be on fuck shit too.
I saw that same effect.
I'm rubbing off on you, Blue. What's going on?
After the Seti Young Pharaoh fallout, all that ratchet stuff that went on during that situation, a lot of people said, man, fuck this conscious community shit and everything else. Y'all motherfuckers just like dudes in the hood. Like, I might as well go back to the street stuff. Like, look at these motherfuckers pulling out guns and all kinds of other shit. Like, it's crazy. Y'all supposed to be conscious. So I saw a lot of people in the conscious community at that time and started drifting towards the beast sector and stuff like that and everything else.
Yeah, that's how I felt about the black sector, because people was doxing me over dumb shit, and I like when I seen how the space was interwoven, and even the whole beef shit, like what I got going on with Blue, I went hard because I was like, bitch, I sat on panels in a black sector for hours where motherfuckers bragged about doing all types of tomfoolery and devilment. You feel what I'm saying? So don't come to me about no respectability politics. It's all messy here. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of people end up just leaving. I was curious about it. If I had my babies, you see me firing up live streams, cussing out everybody. I said, shit, fuck it. Like, I'm trying to get this paper, but I got babies. I don't want nobody to call CPS for me because that's what they do. They the police as well. That's the scary part. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I leave that shit alone. Even though you know what I'm saying, I'm over there with Stemya and them, like, I ain't trying to, like, the platform. I think the platform is cool. I fuck with the platform, but it's like niggas be creating cliques and, you know what I mean, doing all type of extra shit. Like,
in the B sector, they call it alliances. They make alliances so motherfuckers can get numbers, and that's why I went so hard yesterday on that live stream about the dark side situation, because I'm like we should be an team Marina and dark side should be alliances. This is how motherfuckers get numbers and, you feel what I'm saying, support and monetary support in the B sector. And they B sector, and they'll still, put their differences aside just to try to create a narrative, lying for one another and stuff like that. Like, I feel like it should be way more unity and stuff like that. Like, it's got to get better. We shouldn't beef over the petty shit that we beefed about today. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I wish I had, I wish I lacked the standards that keep me away from engaging in so much bullshit, because there's so much money to be made in it. Like, I feel like even like with what I know, I could get rich on social media as a black conservative. If I just put on that whole character and was just like, fuck it, I'm about to go full blown black conservative.
If you knew all the talking points, anybody could if you know all the talking points, because that's the grip. Right?
That's why I said, knowing what I know.
White people will eat it up, man. They will prop you up, share your shit, have you with 50,000. They have you 50,000 scraps before the summer.
Shit,
like,
look at these pearly things. Look at these pearly things. They uplifted her ugly white ass immediately. I'm like, she ugly.
Yeah, and I can't do it though. Right? Like I really
I
know the talking points. You know what I'm saying? Like I already know, and I could make the talking points better than them.
That's
I can get up there. I ain't gotta talk about. I would be able to get up there and talk about the benefits of conservatism without mentioning Democrats one time.
Yeah, they can't do it. They only trade just to attack the Democrats. That's how they got bullet points. They just got bullet points.
Yeah.
That's it.
And
so I would be so I would be propped up. I wouldn't be considered a radical conservative at that. More, I would be able to get a more moderate conservative, or just even some of the more radicals would just use my talking points to bash Democrats with.
Right.
I can't do it, bro. I can't do it.
Yeah,
hell, I can get up here and argue with Pyramid Earth. You feel me?
Yeah, I can grip off the pseudo lane. I go straight to the pseudo lane and grip my ass off. Come up with a whole doctrine, a whole brand new doctrine nobody's ever heard of. Make it sound so believable, and I will have a huge following, and it'll be real easy to gravitate people to it because people are always looking for quote unquote new information, right? So it's like I see the grip. I see how easy it is to get these people because these people they thirsty. They looking for this fictional tales. So all I gotta do is just make it sound good, and they'll come in droves. But I got integrity, man. I can't be scamming these people, telling them a bunch of nonsense. I know it's bullshit, and I don't even believe myself. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I feel like niggas like Dr. Inky. I can't. That's somebody like I can't even really be on the same stream and shit like that with a nigga like that, because it's just like, bro, like you clearly a grifter, my nigga. Like everything you introduce is like always trying to get some money off a nigga head, bro. And it's like that shit is sickening because y'all using the fact that people want. Yeah, y'all using the fact that people want information and they're looking for like shit outside of what they already been taught. Right, and flipping it and being like, all right, and send me money, and spend money with me, and like, nah, like that's and it be so obvious. It be so obvious. It's frustrating. And the fact that niggas still call that, like, even niggas say Dr. Inky, like, what? Did that man literally got banned from selling shit in the state of California?
Damn.
And niggas just kind of let niggas just kind of let shit like that slide. Like, nah, like that's the part of the problem. You can't be so thirsty for new information that you willing to let a nigga sell you anything. That's how you become controlled opposition. Niggas getting you buying it, like, we gonna get you to buy into some stupid shit, but you think you bucking the system. Hell no. You think the government care about Hebrew Israelites? No.
No.
They don't care about it. Like the biggest threat to the United States federal government right now is white nationalism. That's what they consider the biggest domestic terrorists. That's who the FBI is spending majority of their time surveilling and trying to, you know what I'm saying, get deep in they shit, infiltrating they shit. That's what they really worried about. Niggas standing on the corner talking about, you know what I'm saying, look like dressed like Power Rangers, talking about we the real people of the Bible. Why would you worry about that?
Get Kyrie off of suspension and shit like that. Like, they don't give a fuck about y'all motherfucking marching out no fucking Brooklyn, making a whole bunch of noise about a basketball player being suspended. Like, stop.
About a basketball player being suspended. Come on. Like what are we doing, really? And that was supposed to be a show of power,
right?
Come on, and I got a lot of respect for Captain Zariak, and I understood why he handled the situation the way that he did. But it's just another example of how outside of these YouTube circles, like these people, these personas, like niggas, like the shit that niggas look at, like these niggas is icons. The rest of society they don't give a fuck about that shit.
Nope.
Like straight up, Whack 100 was like, stop telling us we lost, or you know what I'm saying, like stop telling black people we lost. Fuck that. Like, nah, I'm not gonna stop. All right, I'm about to shit on your whole doctrine.
Right.
You know what I mean? And all the smoke that you would typically see, like that, all that cross the line shit, that's good for niggas on YouTube. Niggas with real life clout. You know what I'm saying? Niggas with, you know, like niggas that got popular culture, real, let me not even say real life. Niggas with real media clout.
Right.
Connected to bigger traditional forms of, you know what I'm saying, media. It ain't no cross the line with them niggas. We negotiate. You feel me? Because we want to be able to, I mean, and he said it too. It's like the relationship with Wack, he wants to preserve, regardless of their disagreement. The other niggas that he be around on YouTube, he don't give a fuck about preserving them relationships. So cross the line.
Right.
Cross the line. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. So even when niggas be like, nah, we unyielding, you'll yield. When niggas is like, we're unflinching, you'll flinch. Kanye made y'all niggas flinch.
Yeah.
Kanye, because Kanye was not a Hebrew icon until he mentioned y'all name.
I know that's right.
Kyrie Irving was not a Hebrew icon until he mentioned their name. And did nobody turn around and put none of them niggas on? All these niggas that went back to the rest of their life.
Yep.
Kyrie still dogging niggas. Kanye then went. They ain't saying nothing about Kanye going down marrying this white girl.
Yeah, I said I'm popping a new white girl.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so what are we doing? Like, what are we talking about? Like, this shit ain't niggas is not worried about y'all. Niggas ain't afraid of y'all. Like, this is some fun shit.
They're not trying to be a threat.
Wagging their Bible with me.
I mean, but I still, you know, I understand it though. I understand it. Because as much as my pro-black, like I'm telling you, like I was surrounded by, like in debate in college, I mean, I was surrounded by white folks. That's a part of the reason why I'm so adamant about being around in the conscious community, is because it's just like, if I could be around the type of white people I was around for the better part of 15 years, I can be around niggas that I may disagree with ideologically, but they like why they do what they do, I can fuck with.
Mm-hmm.
I can fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? I get that. That's cool. And so, you know, he want to be able to. He understands that maintaining his relationship with Wack 100 means that he gets to, you probably, I guess, prophesy, whatever they do, reach out, evangelize.
Get the network with some bigger people. Like, Spec 100 is how he even ended up had to get a chance to speak to Kanye. He wouldn't have spoke to Kanye without it.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? And so like just those opportunities get created from that. And so he understood that in this case, he look at it like he's not flinching because he's like, it's a purpose in what he's doing. It's like the message is bigger than proving a point. But with the Hebrew Israelites, it's about proving the point. So fuck you niggas, all of y'all pedophiles and da 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 da. Like, bro, as much as them niggas preach against gang culture, the fact that nigga couldn't say being a blood is a bad thing. He just refused to say it.
Yeah.
That's a flinch.
It was definitely street dude versus Hebrew argument. Don't pretty much Hebrews pretty much like tell everybody that they lost and they confused and everything else, and everybody ain't trying, especially street dudes, they ain't trying to hear all that shit. Like that's not their life. Like their life ain't concealed in desert stories, ancient desert stories or whatever about spirits and everything, stuff they can't see or hear. No, it's about what they can see and what's reality to them, and that Bible ain't reality to them, so they really not trying to hear that. So it's like kind of like in jail. Like if you in jail, everybody don't go run to that Bible. Everybody, some people do, but a lot of people don't. The street dudes are still street dudes. You still got the Bloods, the Crips. You got a set of Hebrews there. You got a set of Muslims there. Everybody kind of picked their corner. And so this pretty much was a fight at the yard, so to speak, with the Hebrews and the street dudes.
Man, Hebrews lost. Y'all can beat up on some comedics.
Yeah.
Y'all can beat up on some comedics, but these, you know what I mean? When it come to the real though, like when it come to real street niggas, it's like, cause like even with like the niggas that come up to them when they talking on the street, like niggas don't give a fuck about what these niggas is talking about.
Like you don't see street dudes stopping. You don't see street dudes for the most part stopping too much to talk to the Hebrews. Like they walking right by it.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So it's just like, bro, what is But it teaches his own. How niggas choose to move on the internet is of no. They don't do shit to me. Like y'all, niggas do their thing, but I just like to think that if I can, I could provide something else for the people. You feel me? Regardless of how boring niggas think it is, like what T Duck was saying. So
yeah, it's sad, but some people do find that stuff boring. Like like I said, like it's a lot of toxic stuff that go on YouTube. I just choose not to watch it. I know it's there. I know where the channels are. I just choose not to watch it. I watch a whole bunch of other stuff. I like nerdy shit, right? Like I watch shit that motherfuckers might find boring or whatever the case may be, but that's shit that I'm into, and it's like people like to go where everybody else is at, and if everybody's gravitate to the toxic stuff, that's where everybody's going to go. And it's like, I'm not sheep, so y'all go ahead and y'all go do your thing over there, do all that messy shit, whatever it is y'all doing. I'm be over here studying, and that's just kind of where I'm at with it. Like, and I talk about shit that I find interesting. I don't care what everybody else talking about. Like, it's a whole bunch of stuff I don't even touch on because I just find it silly nonsense and it ain't worth my time.
Right.
Yeah, man, it was good talking to y'all though. I gotta get back to work. Nigga just sitting on this internet trying to really distract myself and not do the work that I need to be doing. This shit. Appreciate the conversation,
Definitely, man. I appreciate you showing up, God. For real.
Malak, what's good with you, boy? I ain't seen my niggas in a minute, man. But yeah, I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, guys. Peace.
All right, peace.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. But yeah, man, I'm the same way. I got a relationship with Rob more so before all of the extra shit. A lot of people don't know that he's actually one of the founders though of Rock Nation. So that's 1/3 of the Rock that at one point in time. So
Rock, I mean, for Rob is always dark side. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember Rob Rack. I remember Rob Rack in season 1 of SBL and everything else. Like they first got it going and everything. I remember when I first started his channel, he used to always be over there. That's why I first found him. He was over there. This is years ago. And all of a sudden, all this stuff happened the other day. I was like, why is everybody talking about Rob Rack? It was like 4 people on my timeline just Rob Rack this, Rob Rack that, Rob Rack set up, and Rob Rack's in jail. I'm like, what the hell going on? Why is that? People that I didn't even know who Rob Rack was talking about Rob Rack. That's when I was like, okay, what the hell's going on for real? You know, and I went and saw that shit. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, he fucked around and got that shit. I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That shit was crazy, man. It was wild. I kept missing it. It was like every time I was watching them, everything was good. And then
I was trying to keep you updated. I was crying, man. I watched all that.
What the hell? I come back one day, bro. Like
I just started being nosy, but I got entertained. I got wrapped up in the damn story. I said, fuck. And then when I was looking at my timeline, I was laughing because, couldn't nobody even sleep. Like, people was taking off work for this shit. I said, y'all going too far. I said, hell no. So, yeah, it gets deep. Like,
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I was like, what the hell? I was like, hold up. Hey, how you gonna go? Now, first of all, can I just say this? He fucked up from the rip in that goddamn room on live stream with a loaded gun in the house, screaming that I will kill you. He literally was in there screaming and telling me, you tried to steal from me? Yeah, I'll kill you. Just kept screaming, I'll kill you. I know that's probably what made people call the police. That's probably what made motherfuckers call the police.
Yeah, that's what it was. That was the last straw for people. But it was definitely overplayed because so part of it was scripted. But Tracy didn't expect him to go that far, and she couldn't take it. And she played a part in getting him locked up. I don't care what nobody say. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just like
I promise you, him screaming "I kill you" multiple times at the top of his lungs in that tone that he was screaming it in made people nervous, and they called the police. That's how the police got there. And then when he got there, he already had the gun there. So, and they already had reports of him. Somebody's probably screaming they'll kill somebody in there. Whatever, somebody's life is probably in danger. That's
people who ain't been exposed to him. Like we've been on, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a part of Rob.
But she was exposed to it. He threatened her multiple times before he went. What? On a live stream.
I mean, that's a part of, you know what I mean, his persona. But we know that. But for folks though, he just
people at the hotel
got him overnight. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Hotel. And then he got like 2,000 people that started watching him out of nowhere.
You gotta watch it, y'all. She stole his chain knowing he was drunk. She claimed that she know how to deal with all that stuff. It gets deep or whatever the way everything played out, but it's really just the both of them. I feel like it was mostly Rob because he was so thirsty for clout, and he made it clear that he never even wanted Tracy in that way. He kept saying, "I just wanted some pussy. That's all I wanted," and I'm just like, you being lustful got you in trouble and drunk and a fucking violent, crazy asshole. Like that's too much.
Yeah, I just hate that it went that direction because it's like I just hope, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day he able to get on out, man. And
I'm not gonna lie, I expected for him to treat her right when he got there. I thought that was gonna be the big surprise. That he was just going to treat her well, take her out, do all this stuff. Come to find out, they said she paid for everything. So I was just like, man, it's just terrible all around. But I don't think that man deserved, I'm saying, to get arrested. Like, fuck out of here. You know, they was giving her money so she can get a flight back home.
I mean, it's like, it's just disappointing. You know, I didn't know my nigga was a felon. Like, cause me and him would have different discussions. You know what I'm saying? On certain ways that he was moving anyway, especially with, you know what I mean? Because this is what people do, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what people do when you start getting, you know what I mean? And they try to figure out ways, you know what I mean, to kind of take you down. And in a lot of ways, you just can't, you got to try as hard as you can not to make it easy. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, that's something, you know what I mean? Because to me, it could have been somebody that was new that made the call. And for real, it could have been somebody that's a long time hater. You know what I'm saying? Finally got the perfect opportunity.
Before they came into that hotel room, they was in the Airbnb and that got doxxed. But they had got put out of there because he was making so much noise. That ain't have nothing to do with us, you know.
Wow, man. I mean, this shit have turned into TMZ. I'm watching fucking footage from a goddamn security camera. This nigga go to jail. I'm like,
that shit was crazy. And then they talked to the dude at the hotel. That's the crazy thing.
Niggas retarded. You gotta be retarded as fuck.
Talk to the dude at the hotel.
This nigga's retarded.
A whole interview, yo.
But I don't know if Rock got a lawsuit or that nigga, either that nigga getting sued or he a body waiting to happen. I don't know. Either way it goes, that was dumb as fuck.
Like the manager, whoever got the security footage that worked at the hotel did an interview with somebody from the fucking beef sector to drag Rob. He all in people comments on YouTube asking for cash apps so that way he can put out more information. Nigga, we already got intel on everything. They doxed that lady, hotel, Airbnb, everything. They put, as soon as Rob got locked up, they doxed him immediately, put his charges online. They was in the courthouse on streaming the whole court situation, him in court. We seen the nigga. Like they even somebody from the beef sector reach out to Rob, call Rob's jail, so that way Rob can call back and they have an exclusive 3-minute interview and they milk that live stream for 2 hours. And I'm like, bro, you a black man, you called the jail. This is an entrepreneur. He claimed he an entrepreneur. He got his own business. He's successful. You taking it too far. Why is you doing all that? And it was only a 3-minute conversation. Half of it had to get bleeped out because Rob was just trying to give him information so he can get in contact with his family. Or Tracy, who still got this nigga stuff. He got his cell phone, his chain, and way before the police got to her, it was just suspicious because she was trying to take his chain and then she hit him and all this other stuff. Like, oh
man, shit, bro, that's a horrible. This is all in 2 days.
No, it wasn't. It was all in the span of 7 days. Okay, don't you know how when you first meet somebody offline, right? The advice is never to go like 4 weeks or something like that, more than 3 days, more than 2 days for real. This bitch said she won't go down there for 7 days. The 7, I think he got arrested on like 6 or 7 days, something like that. 6 days. And she's still down there. She said, I think she's trying to wait. I don't know what's going on. She's talking about she still love him and all that stuff. He said her coochie tastes like mustard and he got AIDS. Because he said his tongue went numb when he was trying to eat her coochie. And then he tried to eat her coochie on live or whatever. And then he acted like he was going to throw up, like he was having a seizure when he was doing that. So yeah, it's just crazy. That whole situation is so toxic. And then just watching that situation, I said, y'all never judge me for my relationship, bitch. I don't know what the fuck this is. Ain't no nigga gonna get in front of 2,000 people ever in life and say that my coochie tastes like mustard. That's embarrassing, bro. Like, that nigga be drunk with that. That nigga was roasting this shit out her. He leaned he talked about her wig. He told her to take her wig and makeup off. He's one of the type of people that hold on to her wig while a nigga hitting it from a back. Bitch, you put your pissy wig on vacation. You weird as
What
fuck.
happened before he started talking like that? That don't sound like he was playing. What happened before that?
Who fucking try to put on makeup? He meant that shit. But the whole thing about it was he been saying stuff like that before she came out there. He been saying, like, you know what I'm saying, he wanna go find a white woman, you ugly black bitch, blah blah blah, you nigger bitch. And then it got even worse because he was really landing on her. But the mustard thing just like it hurt her. Like the mustard thing, everybody been landing on that shit. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. But he said he just wanted pussy. He said he was just lonely. He said he never really was attracted to her, and all he wanted was the clout. And Tracy's still like, I love Rob. I love you. Hey Rob. You gonna get me dragged. I already told you when I had went on TV live stream after the conscious sector, the peace sector, and the black sector dragged her. A troll account tried to come on there and try to get her to drag me. Like I'm not gonna arena a sense of dragging me. But she was like, what? Like you got too much on her plate. Like she's not ready to address nobody from the conscious sector. What's out of here?
That shit wild, man. Yeah, I just hate that shit all unfolded. I thought they was gonna be, gravy and shit. I hate that happened like that.
I thought it was gonna be. I thought Rob was gonna trick everybody. I thought he was just doing that as for. I mean, I know he typically act crazy and drunk and like a wild man, but I thought in this type situation he was just gonna do a switcheroo, and I thought that was gonna be part of the storyline. But child, once that alcohol, then he kept drinking her drink. Then he got her loose, got her to start smoking weed. MU how was the setup? Exactly, Alcatone, because MU, she a female pimp. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That bitch she used big titty manipulation. Cause listen, and then come to find out Rob originally wanted misunderstood. The big titty bitch with the meth head. Child, it's just a whole mess. It's a whole mess. She used big titty manipulation. That's why I think she's a female pimp. They saying that she might run a whole sex trafficking like that, allegedly, And
Wow, man. Yeah, I stay out of it. Let them have it. I ain't tripping, man. I'm finna start doing tarot cards. I'm getting out of you niggas sectors. I'm telling you right now. No more beef for me. No. I got dragged into this bug on accident.
But you ain't part of a whole debate league where you're just sitting there arguing about if we gonna continue the nigga shit and stuff. That's
We're gonna bring back that season 1, season 2 feel. We might as well, man. That's what everybody be calling for.
And then on top of that, I said it make better, like certain discussions make better for bringing the people in. Like this is a good build that we had for the past few days where we can really see what's supposed to be debated and really, because the subject is just lacking, the topic is lacking. You find what I'm saying? And I feel like these topics that we came up with is just way better. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like it do start from, unfortunately, sometimes it do start from spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's controversial. And then, you always got one motherfucker now that be like, yo, let's take it now. And then it's just like, it's hard for a lot of black people to do. That's hard.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for having me up. I gotta get ready to run this call. I'll holler y'all later.
All right, thanks for coming, Psycho.
No doubt.
Peace, God. All right.
Yeah, like it's hard for people to take religion out of it, and I think as we grow as black people, we is gonna have to start taking that stuff out because it can get very complicated. Because when I realized when you was up here, I was like, nigga, we saying the same thing. Everything that you're describing, you're talking about the law of assumption. It's just a rose by any other name. You know what I'm saying? And understanding that all these spiritual systems is just symbolism and stuff like that, and metaphoric things and stuff like that, you won't take it to heart so much. And then, just understanding that not dealing with the ego, just dealing with spirit, that shit won't necessarily have a color. Our body has a color. White people put that shit on us, where we feel like we have to walk on eggshells and spirituality and stuff like that, and try to perform for some type of weird black gaze and stuff like that. So don't nobody call us a coon. That shit is an illusion right now because of accessibility. I'm gonna give you this, right? When I was looking up, I dead ass wanted to do a stream on like the god of alcohol, the deities that put people in trance, make motherfuckers go into orgies and take their shirt off, right? And start acting crazy, bar fights, all that shit, right? I understand that in our indigenous spiritual systems we had something similar to Dionysus, right? But I didn't want to just do a stream on Dionysus. I said I wanted to find the African equivalent. I go to find the African equivalent. Google was talking about it's Osiris, but I know it's not Osiris. I looked deeper and they said it's the goddess, what is how you say it? Yasigi? Goddess Yasigi. Go to look up Yasigi. It's no information on the goddess Yasigi. Why can't I tell it? You know what I'm saying? The accessibility is, and the fucked up part about it is all our information in spiritual systems is so cut off because the Africans that's already there on the continent, they're not keeping the old traditions alive. They already did a switcheroo, right? Like we can only continue to build on spirituality, which is what you're trying to do when you try to, do the Stemya thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's part of the law of assumption. That's part of you trying to manifest an entity that's gonna benefit black people. And you have to understand on certain degrees that's what black people was doing when we got force-fed Jesus and all that other shit. That's why, I don't get into just being like, oh, you the Asiatic side, blah blah blah, you anti-African. No, they not. They're not. That's just the way that they understand it. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they comfortable with, but yeah, like I feel like we definitely saying the same thing because you agree with the law of assumption. You do. The dumb chick don't know shit, so that's fine. Don't call me dumb. You're gonna have to stand up, nigga. You only got one leg, nigga. Like, no, stop.
Nah, but yeah, I definitely, I just know at the base, the issue is that people read it, and the moment they get uncomfortable, they lean on the words that's in there that can get them out. And so it's tough when our opposition is the authority, but the books that they holding on to is telling you that the authority is God.
And I think you also have to understand, right, that the purpose of those Abrahamic religions was to keep us docile and to keep us from not overthrowing the government, to have escapism. But a lot of people can use spiritualism could also be used as a form of escapism. You understand? Like the lack of balance, it can go into any subject that we talking about as far as religion and us overthrowing the government or whatever, or having political power, whatever the fuck you want to say. All these things.
Yeah, but the reason those religions are even created is
because of the worship concept. Because people looking outside themselves. Once you start looking inside yourself, you already diminish half the battle, beloved. And that's the main issue. People keep looking outside of themselves. They waiting on Jesus to come back. They waiting for Armageddon to happen, so that way everything could be solved, so we can live on some beautiful paradise. When you have an understanding that all that stuff is just a reflection and symbolism and stuff like that, you no longer have no need to just, you understand what I'm saying?
But most people are going to look outside of themselves. That's why most people. This is the reason why you have what they call shepherds and you have sheep. This is why you have the government or the politicians, and then you have the people who are gonna vote. It's because the majority of people don't want to deal with the bullshit. They don't. They rather it be on somebody else's shoulder. And so it's the people whose shoulder is on. It's on them to actually do the right thing. And when you look at it, most people ain't like the people who embody it and get into the esoteric. Grandma don't give a fuck about no esoteric shit. Like all she tell you is that, hey,
okay, grandma also don't care
that
try to put a Loa or a Lucia next to her. She gonna be like, get this motherfucker away from me. But the Bible with that motherfucker. But I don't think that made her evil. You know what I'm saying? It's still people.
No, hold on, wait, because that's what I'm saying. I never said grandma and them is evil. That's not why you're cutting them off.
You said they was praying against us.
Yeah, but that don't mean that that's why I said it don't mean
so
that
we can't put them on our altar, you said. Because she don't want to be next to an Arisha.
No, you can't put them on your altar. How are you gonna put somebody on their altar that's literally saying that's literally praying against the Orisha? You can't, because they're praying against the Orisha. You denounce, once you come into Christianity, you denounce your ancestors. If my purpose is to reconnect with my ancestors, I can't be having somebody on the altar that's fighting with the reconnection of my ancestors. That has that image.
Hold on. I want you to understand this, Blue. I'm gonna fuck you up with this. If you put, even from the same African continent, two different entities, right, that just don't have the same purpose, you can still have a disaster on your altar.
But that's not what we teach.
And that comes on. I'm just saying, hold on. I'm just saying, period. You can still have a disaster. You know, so that's why my suggestion when people dealing with spiritism is to not be selfish when you dealing. Be careful what you put up on your altar. You can't just deal with this, that, and the third because these two entities might not mix well together. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get that, but we're not teaching.
That could be from the same.
That's for people, but that's for people who teach for you to go back and do shit that people was doing that you not. No, everybody in the Americas created their own form of our own of African spirituality. Everybody, But African spirituality is the basis. So even when you go in and you try to pull the Haitians and what they did with the saints, they only did that to hide African spirituality because it couldn't just be done out in the open. But they didn't do that because they were replacing them or that's some shit they wanted to do. They did that because you couldn't do it openly, and the only way to preserve it was to hide it and to mask it under the saints. But that wasn't their actual choice or nothing that they wanted to do. And that's why you see they didn't believe in Christianity nowhere near the way that we do in the Americas. We have an embodiment problem. We don't embody Jesus. We don't embody Moses. We feel a disconnection from them. They are deified to where we don't believe we can get the personal message from God
right now because of everything that happened. That's why I said which going to be your approach, because like your whole approach to even waking the people up is not real, and I don't understand why that needs to be the basis. And we disconnected from those entities. People in Africa is disconnected from those entities. You know what I'm saying? And the old tradition is not there no more. It's hard to have. It's also about accessibility and availability. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so many different power levels that you're dealing with when you're dealing with the Orishas and all them deities and stuff like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like when you said, hold on, let me say this. Like when you said, these entities is strictly for war. Not everybody's gonna be ready to go to war. You understand what I'm saying? And
but they're in
turn, hold on. In turn, I've seen a lot of people deal with jump the gun and deal with those entities, and they ruin their life because it's not for them. It's not their path. You understand? So we have to deal with the people with their own personal understanding. You know what I'm saying? You're not just going to come in and say F God. You're not just going to come in and say burn the Bible. That's my only point and stuff like that. Like, and then coming in saying something anti-African, and we're not even talking about worshiping anything outside ourselves. Make it make sense. You just talking in circles at that point.
So the reason why the attack on it is strong is because people have a wall built up.
Exactly, you should deal with the American, because we, like, if we really was to make it about Africa and stuff like that and restrict our spirituality to one continent, that's so difficult to do. You is not going to be able to destroy Abrahamic faith, but you can hold on, I'm not finished. You be able to
just say we can't destroy. You're not gonna make statements that I can't cut in. You said you can't destroy Abrahamic faiths. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Not amongst black people.
What happened to the African spiritualities?
Huh?
What happened to the African spiritualities that existed in Africa and ruled Africa? Where did they go?
They didn't go nowhere. People just chose.
They didn't go nowhere. The majority of the continent is Christianity or Islam.
It's in different
they got destroyed.
Like, what are you talking about? They got destroyed. So what are you holding on to?
What do you mean? We're building the foundation.
Most of that
information got
destroyed. Most of that information got destroyed.
Exactly. The same way that they did a book burning on
Africans are
us.
Muslims.
Same way we're going to burn books on them.
What are you talking about? Most people here are gonna gonna start with that spirituality based off what they can understand, which is Abrahamic faith, based off the language barrier, based off the culture, based off how they was raised and stuff like that. Like, come on now, to a lot of people, that's foreign deities. That's not foreign to us because we grew up in the church. You find what I'm saying? We grew up in all this shit. So I'm still lost. Like. And why you feel like
people are ruled under the same
intellectual level, and that's the problem that I have. That you feel like y'all can't connect with these people on the intellectual level without calling them coons and anti-African and saying fuck your God and your Bible and stuff like that. It's disrespectful and it's unnecessary. You can't tell me that
it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be disrespectful. Jesus is disrespectful. The Bible is disrespectful. The Quran is disrespectful. The Abrahamic religions is disrespectful. People who practice Ephine voodoo, they not going out proselytizing and conquering the fucking planet.
Those is the people that worship something outside themselves.
Like who?
Exactly.
Who?
So what are we arguing about, my nigga?
Like most of the world, right?
Like most of the world, but okay, we is a rarity in general. People that know the fucking truth, who know all that shit is esoteric. What are you saying?
Yeah, that's who you're fighting.
And a lot of those spiritual
hold on. You made a good point.
A lot of those spiritual systems you have to initiate
that's who your fight is against.
A lot of those spiritual systems you have to get all late offerings. You have to do a 24-hour ritual. You have to take so much time off work. It's about accessibility. Those initiation rituals is very strict. Have you ever actually seen one done? Motherfuckers get initiated. Do you know how much money, time, energy goes into that shit?
Yeah, my cousin was initiated in Burkina Faso. My point is, why do you keep talking about being initiated when we don't speak on you going and getting initiated?
Because we're gonna have to have
being initiated would happen here in North America because it would be our culture.
What goes into initiation, Blue?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What goes into an initiation?
What goes into initiation? Because it's spiritually dangerous for you to deal with those deities by yourself without a proper spiritual guidance. And those spiritual guidance that you have to go to is very expensive, and it takes a lot of time and energy to go through those spiritual rites.
If you're going to go and get initiated under somebody else's spiritual system, yes, that ain't what we promote. We don't promote.
You don't have to get initiated into learning about.
How does it get expensive in my own system?
Version of Abrahamic faith.
Can you explain how is it get expensive in my own?
You don't have to. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You keep cutting me off.
Because you're comparing my system to when you go over to Africa as somebody who don't speak the language.
I'm not saying that. I'm talking about right here in America.
Trying to be an initiate. You don't speak the language. You don't know the culture.
You go over there trying to be an initiate, and you think ain't nobody gonna try to take advantage of you. Duh.
I'm not talking
that
about
ain't what we talking about.
I'm not talking. I never said go all the way over to Africa. And why did you say anything about going all the way over to Africa? I'm talking about the initiation that's right here.
From who?
That's the whole point. Who is gonna get this initiation? Because I've seen people get. I've seen people shit backfire because they selfish. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to do that shit by themselves, and you need somebody to spiritually guide you.
You have to have a priesthood, and everybody is entitled to their own priesthood. And the priesthood, this is why you make the doctrine. This is why you tie up the loose ends in the doctrine, so you don't get to that part where the priest is taking advantage. The whole point is that we're not fighting against people. We're fighting against other people's other priesthoods who take advantage of people. And this is what they do. So the structure that we fighting against, I can't have you. Your heart can't still be underneath another priesthood that's anti-black. The Arabic priesthood is anti-black. The Christian priesthood is anti-black.
I'm talking about accessibility to that information. Okay.
The accessibility to information that black people are creating in North America. How would we not have accessibility to our own information?
These spiritual initiations, because that's what you have to go through. A lot of people don't know. I'm gonna give you a good example. I'm gonna give you one good example. If a lot of people, right? When I be studying like different spiritual rituals and stuff like that, when I first started in my spiritual path, I would see people just casually talking about summoning Orzuli, right? Or some other Orisha and stuff like that. People don't know. First, you supposed to if I'm saying summon Papa Legba, whatever you want to call it, or whatever. You're supposed to go through him first because he's the opener of the crossroads. And people be ready to ruin their fucking life because they don't know. They're greedy. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to take the time, money, energy to go out and do what they have to do. That's a lot of work. Looking at the process of that shit make anybody sweat. So what? That's why I said it's like you got to take your time.
But that's the thing, though. But
you got to even take your time talking about the process for all this stuff. That's why
But we don't teach that here. We teach that you are legal. That how you manifest. You are supposed to be embodying Legba. How I see Legba manifest is by you being a door opener. You being someone who gets in position to where you can open up the door for those behind you. That's the principle of Legba. That's something that's totally. But that's what I'm saying. But that's not what we're not teaching people to go and be initiated in like that. Stemya, you're not gonna find Stemya in Ifa. You're not gonna find Stemya in Voodoo. Like the point of it is we're creating something, and the like you being the initiate, that's a part of the culture.
But that's why I said when we building on Abrahamic faith from an esoteric standpoint, you can laugh at us and feel like we being anti-African, but when we can break your shit down about who Stemya is and stuff like that, and you taking it like, you know what I'm saying, we picking with you, but the whole thing about it is you picking with us saying that we anti-African, and we telling you like, what do everybody else going to have to do with us if we can wake the people up and get them out that docile worship bullshit waiting on Jesus either way with this information that we have? That's what I'm trying to understand. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't think you like that's not something that we don't necessarily do. But I think you might be getting and this is what I think where some of the we've had prior conversations with Yanga before. So when it comes to how he politically stands with Islam and how he stands with how we move forward with revolution,
we already are very clear. Like, this is outside of the conversation that you heard. I'm very clear on where Yanga stands at. And regardless, I get what you're saying. I do hear you. But it's anti-African. I've heard how he speaks about Islam. I've heard him defend Islam. Like I said, we've run around this before. So yeah, to you, it's just you are more so into the esoteric knowledge and this and that. But no, Yanga is a Quranist. That's two different things.
I never got a
talking
chance
about
to really
pulling
even
some stuff
like
from the
watch all
Quran.
them streams that y'all had because they be long as shit. So
Yeah, I'm saying you talking about
from my
pulling some
understanding
here
of it.
and there from the Bible. Yeah, you can do that. Pull some stuff here and there from the Bible. But when you start pulling stuff here and there from the Bible, understand that somebody who holds fast to the Bible, guess what they're gonna do? Read the next verse on you. They have a precept.
But that's how. Hold on.
They have
That's how I feel
I
about
ain't
the
got time to
coon
play
talk.
those
You
games.
can do that with the coon talk as well. You feel me?
No, you can't. But you can't just the Bible is different. You can
I'm talking
make the
about in
Bible
general.
say
If we
whatever
gonna go
you
down
want.
that line, and you already know, we already more privy to all this information, all this mystical information. So I'm like, why do we even have to do that? And I can lean on you for your cornery outside of spiritual conversation that we have, outside of the Abrahamic thing. We can just go bar for bar all day. I just think that's unnecessary, you know. But I understand
Yeah,
what
you
you're
can't
saying
go
too.
outside of it though, because the
Why can't
the
we?
Abrahamic,
Because why can't we though?
because they're talking to you cool and calm now because they don't have any power. But at the end of the day, you're a fucking heathen who practice paganism, which is shit that you should be utterly killed for immediately. They ain't gotta go to nobody. They ain't gotta. We speak of other deities. We speak of other gods.
Who is
like
they?
that.
Who are you talking about?
The people who fall in line under the Abrahamic faith.
If you can say that about somebody who believes in those faiths from an esoteric standpoint, and you willing to go that far, that route, and we have a deeper understanding of it. Yes, I can come for all your talking points and pull out how you is a coon too. Because no, we don't even have to go that route.
But you seeing it esoteric is personal. That's what I keep saying. The esoteric
and then you mad about it. Hold on, and then you mad
everybody.
about it being a basis of people's spirituality as well. That's another gripe that y'all have, because y'all y'all feel like it should be African only.
Exactly.
And I just disagree with that. I just feel like that's not realistic neither.
It is.
I feel like the purpose of all us having access to all this spiritual knowledge is just for our own personal benefit. And because we still living in the new age information.
But the only access we have is the access that's Eurasian. We don't really. There's no you can't read about Ephod. You can't read. You have to go become an initiate. So all of the information,
nigga.
Yeah. So what are you learning exactly that isn't the enemies?
So people don't know who Stemya is. You're gonna have a hard time trying to push Stemya. And if you're saying that motherfuckers already view Whoopi as ugly, people like, get that ugly bitch out my face. Now you're gonna have to talk to them about colorism. Now you just gonna have to colonize their mind without the spiritual side to it. I mean, I don't know what we doing.
No, this is only all we supposed to do is put up the mirror. That's all I gotta do is put up the mirror. Once you see your own reflection, if you don't see how ugly you is, that's on you. If you can't look in and see your own reflection and see what the fuck you doing to yourself, there's nothing I can do. I can't get you over the wall. I can only put the mirror up and show you what the fuck you look like when I'm looking at you.
How you mean?
And it's on you to make a decision.
As far as what is concerned, like what you mean? Put the mirror up about what?
About in general, in spirit, like how we view spirituality. Like there's no when you.
But that's why I said That's why I said, okay, you want to put the mirror up on the spirituality. It could go into other things. You're basically repeating everything that I just said.
But it can't go on Aboriginal. No, it can only go on the Abrahamic faith. It can't go on to African faith because African faiths aren't anti-African.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about other people's talking points. Because
but no, wait, but that's not apple. You're comparing apples and oranges. That's a false equivalency. You're taking a whole different. We're talking about spirituality. You need to give me another spirituality. You can't compare a situation or a talking point that ain't based on spirituality.
And another thing is the way y'all even come off people is anti-African and coonery, even just explaining this whole situation. You know what I'm saying?
It can't be, because when you look at what happened to it, this is our fault. The Abrahamics came in on the east coast of Africa, and what happened? The Ethiopians literally turned their back on the Sudanese for the Romans and the Greeks. Then what do we see later on happen? The same people. Why? Because of that star and that crescent, which dated back to Turkey. And when you notice, all of this shit go back to Turkey. All of it. It goes back to Turkey. The Bible, where the Bible was at, Constantinople. The same place the star and the crescent was born. Constantinople. Turkey. Anatolia. It's like all the same place. The people that the Habasha who conquered the real Ethiopians, the people that they were trading with, Anatolia. What did they all have in common? They accepted these people's spirituality. And what do? Turn on their own people and create light-skin supremacy.
Facts.
We can't afford it. That's where the shit come from. Motherfuckers is trying to. You go into Nigeria. You got the Igbo talking about they come from Abraham. Yeah, but they don't tell you is that they say Abraham was a white man and that they used to be white and got turned black. Then you go the same thing with the Limba. Then you go to the Habasha.
That's why I'm trying to get a better understanding of what this picture look like for us to really start adopting these practices. You know what I'm saying? On a story outside of Stemya, okay? Because this is new. So we talking about Stemya, or we talking about African spirituality?
No, we have to have our own form. Everyone you look at the Americas,
but we can't do that. We can't just build off Abrahamic faith. Okay.
No, you can't have it. That cannot be the foundation. That's a shaky foundation.
It's a shaky foundation.
Yeah, you can get that we can take that from the Bible. You can't build on
how do y'all say that? Y'all can agree with homosexuality and its homosexual African deities. Y'all can't even start with that. But yeah, I'm just saying. Is we gonna do that too? Because y'all don't agree with that, huh?
You said the African. You said
it's African deities that's gay.
Which one?
It's African deities that's bisexual. It's African deities that's transvestite. I can pull them up. I can do a whole stream.
That's what I'm saying. I need a name for one before you do that. Like, give me an.
It's okay. I got it. I definitely read about it.
Is this comedic? I just need to know. Is this some comedic?
It's not comedic.
Yo, Blue, can you hear me?
It's not.
Yeah, I can hear you, dog.
And it's pre-colonization.
Yo,
it's pre-colonization.
Been here
kind of low.
Yeah, you sound your sound messed up, Lex.
1 2 1 2.
You coming in a little bit louder. Let me hear you again.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, there you go.
We've been here before, Blue. You know what I'm saying? We know exactly what's going on, bro. It's really, these people are possessed by the psychology of foreign spirits, and it's an attack on the dark side, an attack on Africa again. There's a common thread.
We never attacked Africa.
You see that when we look at where it's coming from, it's people that don't consider themselves African. They either Indians or Hebrews or something, right? And then they're in the Abrahamic faith. Now, you hear people trying to bring up all type of stuff about African spirituality and saying, protecting again. And what they're really doing is still protecting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Now, Christianity every day bashes every other religion, especially African religion. No one's crying about it. Every day they call people heathens by very nature. When the Christians came into every land,
please, nigga, we do cry about it. Fuck out of here.
That was ever known. Go, bitch. I don't give a fuck. So
fuck you, bitch. You one-legged motherfucker. What are you talking about, motherfucker?
Every land they came in, they attacked the spiritual. African spirituality hasn't attacked Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in no way. They actually adopted it. So what are we really talking about?
You see how he act? Fuck out of here.
You know what I'm saying? And so like in Yanga, come on, bro.
Now did I call him a fucking bitch? You see the nigga shit that I'm talking about? You see the nigga shit? You see how he think it's okay to come up here and call me a bitch? Get the fuck out of here. We was just building. You is a fucking disastrous fucking clown. You was a one-legged bitch. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Okay.
Get the fuck off the panel, bitch.
Okay.
And I ain't fucking letting it go. Blue, you gonna have to kick me the fuck off. Fuck this bitch. The fuck?
Yeah,
and why did you have to go to bitch? And then I call you a bitch, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you, bitch.
I slap the shit out you, bitch.
Weirdo ass
you gonna fucking
bitch.
call me a fat hoe.
Weirdo ass
bitch.
Get
We the same fucking shape, bitch.
Weirdo fucking tattoo face ass, weird ass
bitch. You a fat bitch too.
Alternative ass weirdo bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Ugly bitch. What the fuck are you geeking for?
I'm a man and I'm prettier than you.
Get the fuck off the panel, nigga. Get the fuck off the panel.
Ass bitch.
Get the fuck off the panel.
You motherfucker. Fuck you.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
Anyway, go over there and do your Wicca.
You see how he got me riled up?
Weirdo ass.
You see how the fuck he called me a bitch first. He is a fucking clown. I'm sitting here building with Blue,
fuck you.
And your bitch ass going sit here.
I wasn't even talking to you.
You
came
at
me.
Clown.
I wasn't even talking to you.
You fucking clown. Go over there and work with them white bitches you got on your community tab, you motherfucker. You fake Stemya motherfucker. You fucking phony bitch. You fucking phony bitch.
All right.
You fucking phony. Let me get some water so I can continue
What are you? What are you? You're a fucking Wiccan. You're a Wiccan. Get the
your
fuck
mother
out of
wicked,
here, you
bitch.
fucking weirdo.
Your mother wicked,
You're a
bitch.
fucking Wiccan.
What are you talking about?
You look
you
like
wicked. You call me a bitch,
fucking white
bitch.
girl. You got all that shit in your face.
all that.
You're talking about Hindu deities. You coming to you talking about fuck Africa last. Fuck you. And all that Wiccan bullshit. And fucking, you need to go on a fucking
I'm with
diet.
you, but did I cuss you out first? No, the fuck I didn't.
Fuck you.
No, the fuck I didn't.
Anyway.
No, the fuck I didn't cuss you out. Let's fuck you, nigga. Did I cuss you out first?
I'm not talking
to you. You cussed me out first.
I move
you cussed me out first. I never cussed at you.
Move on, bro.
I never cussed at you. 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 No, the fuck is not over, bitch, because I'm a fat bitch. Until I sing, that's when the fuck is over, bitch. You should never call me no bitch. You should never call me no bitch. You should never call me no bitch. Apologize for calling me a bitch. Then it's gonna be over. You should never call me no bitch, bitch. You should never call me no 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 bitch. Apologize.
You've been calling me.
You should never call me a bitch. You should never call me a bitch.
You're an enemy.
You should never call me a bitch. You should never call me a bitch. And your mother a bitch. Everything you stand for a bitch. You is a bitch. Your mother a bitch. Your daddy a bitch. Everything you came for a bitch. Your mother is a bitch that sucked dick for soda cans, bitch.
Get the fuck out of here.
You used to fucking change from the soda cans.
Whatever, man. Hey, yo, man.
You mad?
It's a slick attack and a clout chase. Energy vampire.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
So, like I was
saying,
you a bitch.
Hey, your mother.
I hear a kid in the background, man.
Your mother.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Your mother is a bitch. Your mother is a bitch. Your mother is a trick. She suck dick for soda can. She suck dick for soda can. She fuck snakes for beauties on X videos. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch, bitch, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Come on, Trey. Your mother. Your mother.
Like I
Your
was saying,
mother. Your
every day,
mother. Your mother. Your mother. Your mother. Say something. Say something. Say something, nigga. Say something, whore. Say something. Say something. Say something. Your mother. Your mother. The fuck?
you gotta know how to bring them demons out, man. But like I was saying, when these people came,
Shut
man,
the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
Spiritual war out here.
No. 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 No.
So every day, man, Christians, Muslims, and Jews attack so-called African spirituality. Of course, people, and that's what I'm saying. It's like we got people amongst
Shut
us.
the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! No.
But you notice there's a common thread. So that's what we always talk about. They are anti-African. Then they'll try to say they're not anti-African. Even last night, these motherfuckers were on there talking about fuck Africa, and we ain't gonna follow Africans. Like, when have motherfuckers ever said? And they're talking about Africans as if they're a different people. You can tell by the way they talk. Even last night, Yang and them was like, yeah, them Africans over them Africans. Nigga, you ain't African? I thought you was African. And we know other people don't even consider themselves that. So you see the mentality still coming through. And the nigga is jihading for Muhammad right now. But it's fuck Africa, and I ain't following no Africans. You see what I'm saying? And so, and right now, them niggas is trying to clout chase. They want to take down the dark side, bro. Don't be fucking fool. Like, I was really trying to help them niggas out and engage with them in debate, and them niggas then just flipped and went to a whole new level of disrespect. And I'm like, damn, nigga, I'm really trying to hype your shit up. And, you know, y'all talking about you cool with the dark side and all that type of shit. And then when the fucking Islam shit come out, the truth come out. Like, goddamn, nigga, I didn't know you. I thought, because before I thought dude was just like saying he was raised as a Muslim, but he like graduated and he still. I didn't know the nigga before he used to lie like he wasn't a full-fledged fucking Muslim. So now I challenge Islam and niggas go straight haywire. I'm like, damn. Whoa. Look what I found. Look what I found. I found me a little Mohammedan amongst the people. A little self-hating, African-hating Mohammedan. And now it went on to that. That's why I just went back and I said, I'm not even going to respond because I didn't think it would go that deep. I'm like, nigga, you a real live Muslim. Your boy invited me on the panel. And y'all know how I get down. And I brought this up before. I didn't know dude was like on some serious ass Muhammadan jihad shit. And that's what it's turned into. Now it's fuck Stemya, and niggas even disrespected Whoopi Goldberg. Man, y'all got Whoopi Goldberg and she's this and that and that and that. And put up a picture and this and this and that. Nigga, Whoopi Goldberg was called ugly. That was the whole point because she was an African looking woman. It wasn't about her personal life. These niggas even went into Whoopi Goldberg's personal life, including that witch. We was trying to uplift The dark-skinned woman with African features. It had nothing to do with no motherfucking Whoopi Goldberg as a person. So, man, I see the shit come. It's an attack. And now you trying to convince motherfuckers that it's difficult to practice African spirituality. Motherfuckers have been, niggas don't practice Catholicism to the T. It's just their foundation. Niggas is Christian. They don't go to church every Sunday. Now it's all this, oh, these African deities are dangerous. And that's Christianity talking, like, because you dealing with demons, right? And all that. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, Blue, man. I didn't mean to disrespect your friend, but they was being real disrespectful last night. You know what I'm saying? Over some shit that, over Islam. And I know the nigga got some hate, and they always had hate. You can tell that's this dark side hate, because they want that type of clout and influence. Now, then they get the shit in less than 24 hours of challenging Islam. Now the whole dark side is under attack by Yenga and fucking corny ass Black Sun over Islam. It was all good just an hour ago before we brought up Islam. You see what I'm saying? So the same shit is happening right before your eyes. And that's cool, Blue. You more tolerable. Niggas can talk. You know me. I'm not doing it. You know what I'm saying? Niggas come against Africa and this bullshit. I'm not doing it, bro. Y'all niggas better talk to Blue with that shit. Blue can tolerate. Nah, nigga, I see you coming from a mile a fucking way, you fucking Christians. You sell out, coon ass motherfucking Christian, Muslims and Jews. We see that shit from a mile a fucking way. And we wonder how our people why nobody asking them to tolerate our spirituality? Why is that shit under attack? All we doing is talking. These motherfuckers are killing. Them Arabs are in Africa cutting off niggas' hands. Cutting niggas' penises off, making them fucking eunuchs and shit. But you talking about we gotta be tolerant just with speech and this shit is evil? Them Christians over there giving niggas the jab in the name of Jesus. Get the fuck out of here, man. Nigga, I will bang on you niggas for life. You sellout ass coons. Oh, Africans. This motherfucking bitch is talking about fucking Hindu deities. And she an abo. And you don't see the correlation? Doing Wicca and shit with white bitches. But got a problem with African spiritual. Like, kiss my motherfucking ass. Tired of you stank ass fucking Christians and Hebrews and Moors and Muslims and fucking Indians and shit. And we got some of all that shit in us. But you niggas hate Africa and you hate being. Take a DNA test, motherfuckers. Tired of you motherfuckers. Y'all gotta, that's why come over here and talk to Blue. Blue's a lot more diplomatic, nigga. That's why he's the DMT. From me, it's fuck you, fuck Jesus, fuck Yahweh, fuck Allah, and fuck every other bullshit ass religion you niggas coming in. You niggas are dumb. These niggas done destroyed us for over 2,000 years with that bullshit. You dumb fucking ignorant motherfuckers.
There's no compromise.
I just can't let go of Jesus. Y'all ain't gonna, nigga, all y'all niggas still fighting for fucking Jesus. My fault, Blue, man.
It's because that's the thing, though. They were willing to compromise with it. Because if you notice, all of the Abrahamic faiths, they have no issue compromising with each other. But one thing that they have in common is the destruction of Aboriginal culture globally.
Right.
And what they don't understand, African spirituality represents global Aboriginal, spirituality. Whether it be here or you believe, I don't know, however people believe, whatever it is, like whether you believe you never came from Africa or whatever. Africa though, it represent when they talk about being uncivilized and when they talk about wild beast and the same way we talking about Whoopi Goldberg as being the image of that, Africa is the image of that. When people think about uncivilized and aboriginal culture, they ain't thinking about Indians. They thinking about Africans running around naked.
Right. So I wanted to say this, right? I understand.
You know
Can I talk?
It's like, yo, no, I'm talking.
Oh,
I'm talking right now. All right. So, and another thing is when you see the motherfucking.
But Blacks, you called me a bitch first. We wasn't gonna come with that energy though. Blue, can you get him? Like he called me a bitch first though. Like that's not fair. Bro, right? We was having a debate and he called me a bitch. But if I say about I'm wrong, why is he calling me a bitch?
He gonna let you rock. You good. He just getting this point out. He gonna let you rock.
Well, why he called me a bitch earlier? Like, what was that about? Like, what's the hostility for?
You called me a bitch.
But let me say this though. When it calmed down, and y'all keeps explaining this history, but the whole thing about it is
you don't run
that's not what the fuck I'm talking about. And if Blue wanna come out with his own faith, he's gonna have to respect the fact that people already know that the roots is already dirty. And at the end of the day, you're gonna have to prove that now when we manifest with these spirits that it's always bad for us, that we so in bondage, because at the end of the day, it's still so many of us that's religious and that's stuck in the worship part of it, and that's where we fall short. That's where we fall short as a people.
All we have to do is prove only about the individual. That's it. It's not about the collective. The reason why people hold on to Christianity is because.
But y'all perspective that y'all have now is based in individualism as well, because you're not opening up your mind to the fact that you can deal with other people on another level who chose to take Abrahamic faith and build on it and create their own metaphysical meaning to it and stuff like that. And it don't have to always have to deal with the roots. When you're dealing with the roots, you create you be docile and you with Jesus and stuff like that. People that come into this knowledge who deal with the mystic side of all this information, they already privy to the fact that we're not going to be docile. They already privy to the fact that we're going to have to fight. They might, if they black, they especially have to be privy to that information because it's part of consciousness. It's part of opening up who the fuck you are. It's part of understanding who we are. You know what I'm saying? So we can learn about the roots all day and then teach other people. That's part of it too. But we also have to start accepting the fact and start building with the fact with other people that they still gonna hold on to it. And it sounds like on a political and social level, you don't want to build with these people even after they find out that they don't worship all these deities, that they shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? That all this stuff is just symbolism. Understand what I'm saying?
How you gonna build with them when they don't even want to feed you? The Captain Tazari, they didn't want to feed you.
If they don't want to build already, how are you gonna come from that angle? Because they so caught up in the worship, you gotta cut that part of it. Hold on, and you might have to start. You might have to start with this Abrahamic religion so they can have a better understanding of it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna look at what y'all trying to give to them as just all foreign. That's what we see as foreign because we don't have an understanding. That's part of decolonizing the mind is having a deeper understanding of metaphysics. You know what I'm saying? Metaphysics will save us, no matter what spiritual pantheon you go into. You understand me?
No.
Yes, it will. Because hold on. With metaphysics, there is no worship. There is no, you know what I'm saying, worrying about anti this, anti that. At the end of the day, we are spirit. So y'all talking about a skin color and the culture and stuff like that. But hold on, American culture is our culture right now. We are so cut off from African culture. We are so cut off from talking to people about African deities and stuff like that. You have to start from what people can understand so they can start to remove the worship vibration outside
You're
of
not
what
saying
they're
nothing
actually
new.
doing. You're not going to be able to
Exactly.
get the people
That's what
on your
they do.
side from
They
that
don't even
perspective.
accept the
And the reason
metaphysics of it.
why is because y'all coming
You be
off
trying
as
to teach
aggressive,
niggas the
y'all
metaphysics of the
disrespectful,
Bible.
y'all using ad
So this is
hominems,
nothing
y'all
but a
calling people
demonic
coons. When
fucking
whole time
infiltration.
y'all got talking points that is very coonish and shit like that, and y'all got tighten up at the end of the day. You feel what I'm
This
saying?
is an agent for Yenga, bro,
You
trying to
feel what
fuck
I'm
with the
saying?
dark
Hold
side and
on.
bring motherfuckers
No, I'm
over
not
here.
an agent for Yenga.
Listen, hey, Blue.
No, I'm
We
not an
teach
agent for
motherfuckers.
Yenga.
We the niggas that taught these niggas
No,
the
I'm not an
metaphysics of the
agent for Yenga.
Bible. We taught these motherfuckers the metaphysics
Only me
of
and
the
you only
Quran.
got into it
These
because Lex, we
motherfuckers
can't hear a damn
is
thing you
trying.
saying. No, we didn't. No, I'm not.
We taught these motherfuckers all that shit.
Exactly. So why can't? So why do we
Anyway,
feel
man,
uncomfortable?
you're a
So we
fucking
supposed to
agent,
feel
but
uncomfortable
I'll
using it all of a sudden?
Blue is a snake
We
charmer,
supposed
so
to
I'm
feel
gonna step Blue.
uncomfortable
This
using
is
it
a
all of a
fucking
sudden?
clout-chasing agent, bro. A
Most
fucking
people
witch,
is gonna
trust
feel uncomfortable using the other things. They're gonna only feel comfortable studying the other things. You find what I'm saying? Or just doing some of the meditations. They might not go deep into it and go get the initiation, go get the statue. That might be too much for them. And then we still gotta keep in mind
What
the degrees and the
religion are
level
you
of
talking about where
power
they
that goes
have to?
into these
What are you
entities,
talking
and then you have to go into the consequences and shit like that. You feel what
of?
I'm saying?
What? What are you
There's
talking
spiritual
about?
consequences of dealing with deities and entities that's not for your higher purpose. And what we understand
Dark
now
side?
is there's so many entities to choose from that isn't necessarily African, because all the entities in Africa don't necessarily align with our purpose, our accessibility, the initiation. It's all a long process. It's so much going on in the world right now. We need to use what we can get our hands on. You find what I'm saying? Because what I've learned too, right, is right now what we is in. The Hindus call it the mind of the monkey. People attention span is not the same, right? And the Hotep years ago said that a lot of people was going to become neurodivergent, but due to the medicine, all that shit, right? So because of that, we don't have the attention span to be able to go into all these different entities, because it's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Some of these entities don't want you to wear a certain color on a certain day. Some of these entities don't want you to have sex on a certain day. Some of these entities, you find what I'm saying? It's a lot that goes into it.
But that's not the
We
deities
becoming.
that we're creating. But that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the
What is the basis of the spirituality you created?
These people's deities deal with their ancestors personally.
But you are saying that our ancestors was traitors because they was praying against us.
Not all of our ancestors.
Okay, but what if you have somebody who don't feel comfortable dealing with a African deity? You feel what I'm saying? The African deity that's available is not aligning with their purpose.
Hold on, because you're dealing with when we talk about African spirituality, that does not mean that you have to pick an African deity. You're African. You're creating a spirituality. By default, it's an African
exactly. So why does it matter what entity we choose?
The deities can't be Abrahamic because the Abrahamic deities are anti.
But how you saying that and it means something totally different? Like you just said, hold on, you said earlier in the stream that you believe that the collective consciousness that we can create these entities to be real, correct?
We made them real.
We made them real. Do you believe they actually exist, that they can actually have some type of benefit to us?
On
now that's a whole other story.
That was my point. It's capitalism. It's spiritual capitalism. The deity will benefit you and yours. It's not about the collective. So at the end of the day, the necessary sacrifice for the collective. See, this is why African spirituality has to be the foundation. Because when you talk about doom in general, It's about doing. You can't do anything outside that impacts the collective negative way. So if it isn't something that's for the collective,
have you ever worked with those?
It's witchcraft.
Have you ever worked with them entities? Do you know what goes into it?
You're having a whole different conversation. We're having a.
But this goes into it because when we talk about how to start working with these energies, we have to go down that path, though, Blue. We have to start talking about that. We have to start talking about that.
No, you're not listening. I don't have to talk about them because we're not going to use those gods. We're creating our own. Only thing we need to talk about and worry about.
We already have, because those entities were pushed down our throat. So we already knew that white people was trying to force us into a docile position. Well, we already was in a docile position, but we had took those
one Black American
entities. Huh?
Name a Black American God.
Name a Black American God.
Yeah. One specifically that we can. Even when you go to Haiti and you want to say, well, that's right, Harry, and you can still see.
I don't know. I don't deal with American
between the saints and the luau. You can still see a correlation. Where do you see the correlation with Black Americans, their spirituality, and Christianity with the gods? What deity?
Hold on. We never had none. But I'm talking about now, Blue. I'm talking about what we're gonna do with it now. You keep going back to the history. I'm talking about now. How is it not beneficial? Why do you feel like? Hold on. So this is what I'm trying to understand. Do you feel like? Do you feel like the people who deal with these entities, even from an esoteric standpoint, that every single time they deal with them, they're actually putting a Black person in bondage or something like that, or they're creating some type of energy where that's going to happen? Even if when they go out and speak, they teach the opposite of that worship bullshit.
It's not. They're not doing it for the collective.
Why you say they're not doing it for the collective?
You can't pray. You can't roll with Jesus in them and then talk about the collective. At the end of the day, the people who roll with Jesus, what do they pray for?
Hold on, what you say? I ain't hear you.
The people who roll with Jesus, what do they pray for? At the end of the day,
the people who what pray to Jesus?
Yeah, they pray for restoration.
You said pray. We're not talking about worship anymore. We're talking about it from an esoteric standpoint. We're not talking about that though.
With normal Black people. Esoteric is only for the priests. Keep saying
it's only for the what?
There's no it's only for
the priests. Why is that only for the priests? If we got information that it's not.
Because common people
don't turn it off though. I'm in here.
Common people can't handle it. This is why you have so many people who choose worship opposed to embodiment. People, it's more comfortable to do that.
But you keep saying that, but we're talking about the people who choose to go beyond that.
No,
because it's more
you're talking. No, you're talking about those people. I don't do anything for those people. I'm only here for the sheep.
You only here for the people.
Those people.
So wait. So hold on.
Their priesthood as different as I'm going to make mine. That's their job.
I'm gonna ask you one question.
My job ain't to go at other priests.
Let me ask one question, Blue. Let me ask you one question. So if you had one chance, right, to wake up all Black people that was religious, right, and all you had to do was whatever Abrahamic faith they had, right, they could still keep it, right? You had the only thing you could do, hypothetically speaking, you know, in this ultimate universe, you can remove from their mind this worship bullshit, and you can get them on the same wave as like me. I don't know about Yanga because you keep saying that it's something different with him, but I'm saying how I view it on the mystical side of things. You wouldn't take that chance at all because it's Abrahamic, and you know damn well once the worship part is removed and the people start realizing like, oh shit, like this was forced down my throat in this way so that way I can wait for Jesus or whoever or wait for a paradise. That's not happening. You don't think that would benefit Black people at all?
No, I think the end, because at the end of the day, because if you still, at the end of the day, the culture that black people practice according to the Bible, that's exactly what the spirit of the Bible and the people of the Bible are warring against.
I'm talking about even though they find out that like they find out that the true meaning to Proverbs 8 is that God did have a wife in heaven. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? These are the type of things.
Yeah,
hold on, why would you do that, yo? Hold on.
That's Proverbs. That's not the deity though. The deity is creating things with another man. And it's like, yeah, so I could do that. We could play the esoteric game. And then
no, but what you said, I forgot I hear the last part you just said. My fault, I was getting my kids together.
I'm gonna help you. We could do it. We could play the esoteric game. What happens is Malak.
Okay, so you said,
let me help you out. Malak, who knows the scriptures, is going to come up and say, but you do know, and what you call it, it says this. You're wrong, brother.
No, I'm not talking about that, nigga. I said we take away the worship part, because if we going with that, then if we switch to even African traditional religion, some dummy that's still so wrapped up in Christianity could be like, oh my God, start worshiping it. You know what I'm saying?
What you're trying to take away is the dog.
Because our people, it's a lot of people that's got mental illnesses and shit like that. So I'm talking about that part of their brain is just completely like it's completely gone. How can it?
You're talking about.
And you get to go saying that
you're talking about the dogma, though. What you're saying is how would we be able to? What you're saying is how could we separate the principles from the dogma? That's what you're trying to say. Is it possible? What I'm saying is,
but when we get into the esoteric, you have to study our own personal African traditional religion. I'm not saying we shouldn't study it at all. That's not my end game at all. I think you misconstrued some shit. Like, we're gonna have to look into it because that's the basis of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm saying if we could, I'd rather have that. I'd rather deal with black people like that think like that than those motherfuckers who sitting there trying to tell women, oh, you can't come into the temple. Those Hebrew Israelites, you can't come into the temple because you're on your period. You know what I'm saying? They'll find out the truth that the period is sacred and there's nothing wrong with a woman that's on their period. You understand what I'm saying? Or you were saying that the wife of the Bible wasn't present. She was hidden. You know what I'm saying? That's why they took certain parts of the Bible out or whatever. I didn't get to read it, so I don't even know if it further explained the Queen of Heaven. But I do know for certain that scripture, Proverbs 8, is powerful. That shit talk about the Queen of Heaven. When I read that scripture out loud, motherfuckers be scared to say my name.
But that's the problem, though. So, but in the next verse, but that's the thing. But in the next book, that's Jesus.
Huh?
That queen. That's the thing. And there's gonna be somebody who can explain that. When you go into that,
who is somebody? Who is somebody?
There's always somebody who reads the Bible that can explain that. That's gonna always be your esoteric problem. Everybody holds a Bible today. It was different when just a few people held it, and then the people the esoteric knowledge. Everybody has a
and
Bible.
I think that's what I'm looking at because it's gonna be easier to explain that to them than it is to, tell them about anything else that sounds spooky to them. So that's how I look at it. I'm a humanitarian. I just feel like I want to teach people.
Dark side is a human. That's the thing. That's the dark side at its roots. The difference is we know the conditions that we are in right now. Black people can't afford that. We can't afford to be human. We are human, but we ain't in a. How the hell are we gonna talk about being human? We ain't even considered.
I think it's so few people on this spiritual path, right? That that it's so many people that's stuck in religion. I don't think that black people can afford to be boxed in the way y'all trying to box people in. I think we should just get it in where we fit in or whatever, so that way we can have some type of unity and we can get stop being so stuck on being waiting on Jesus and whatnot. Like that's a nuisance. That's what's a nuisance to me. That's the ultimate slap in the face when we know that's not the truth. No matter what your spiritual pantheon is.
We've already tried that. That's the thing. Like we've done this. When you talk about the Civil Rights Act, they weren't there. These people, everybody who was going into the church to be a part of the Civil Rights Act didn't believe in Jesus. We've already tried this. At the end of the day,
we gotta keep on trying. Book teaching is just repetition. That's something that you gotta learn as a double master teacher.
It's what's in our heart, our very doctrine. We inherit something that automatically says everybody is automatically evil. It's the same thing as that's why I keep saying it's spiritual capitalism. The religions, they go hand in hand with capitalism. It's the same ideology. It's no different. So it's like, it sounds good on the surface, and it be sounding.
So do you think
logical.
we have an anti-black problem, or like not even an anti-black problem, but like our minds is too programmed? You know what I'm saying? Do you think that is that what you're trying to say? Like you think us dealing into African spirituality is going to decolonize our minds as well? And whole time, even with the Abrahamic faith, you look into it, and these people was originally supposed to be brown, or they chose to lighten up these people. You know what I'm saying? In the 1600s, that's something to think about. I mean,
those people.
That's harder when you learn the true history of everything. Even when they formed all these different spiritual paths or whatever, there was originally a black face on it or a darker face on it, and they made him or whatever the fuck the entity was so lily white or whatever. And I feel like that's also part of it, you know. But that's why I'm like, you can't clown me, because most of them entities that I deal with is dark as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And there was an attempt to lighten them up. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead.
Well, that's the thing. When you talking about, and this is where it gets crazy. When you dealing with, so let's just talk about the Hinduism. Even if you're dealing with the Hindu deities, those are all Ethiopian kings and queens that went up. The original Ethiopian, not the ones that we see today. But the ones before they got taken over by the Arabs, the original Ethiopia, that's who you're looking at. Those are the people who become the untouchables and shit like that over there in India and all of that. Even when you go into Buddha, I mean, into the Buddhists, when you're dealing with the Naga, this was the same Ethiopians. That's why when you read the Drusilla Dungy, she talks about the Ethiopian Empire reaching all the way up into the Indians. You know what I'm saying? And really, I'd argue that the Kushite Empire went around the world, was global. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, because we see a lot of the same signs. And a lot of times they'll contribute a lot of the stuff that Kush did, they'll contribute that to the Egyptians when they find certain stuff globally. But we know, I guarantee it's Kush in a lot of the different ways. But but that's really what it is. We're just not in a position where we can afford it. And because and I don't know what it is. You can see it. We always have had something subconscious or self-conscious about our skin tone. Because anytime these people enter and we mix, we all of a sudden try to create a new deity. That's why I say when you look at how the same type of caste system that you see that pops up in India, you see that same caste system pop up in Africa as soon as the Abrahamic religions get. And the reason why is because the elite people in that sect, they begin to start trying to make physical claims. They go outside, they try to make this genetic claim to these deities or to these people who live, and in doing so, They try to claim that they aren't, that they're anti-African.
Do you believe that we are our bodies though? Like, because that kind of goes into like feeds into the ego and stuff like that. We keep talking about skin
At
tone.
the end of the day, we are all spirits.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Its spirit won't have no color. Like, what color is our spirit? Like,
but we can't afford.
What color is these other entities? What color is these other entities?
Like, that's the thing.
What color are they? What color are they? What? Like what?
What you mean, like?
What color are these supposed to be? Are we talking about just depiction? Because at the base of it, I feel like too, white people is also using our own spirituality against us because it's just a spirit at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
I would say
hold on, let me stop.
Energy.
And then what we think, I mean, everything that we a belief is just a thought you keep thinking, but also our thoughts manifest. You know what I'm saying? So if all these entities, and I'm telling you, is really in existence based off our own collective consciousness, right? Why does it matter what the depiction is? You know what I'm saying? Why are you so caught up on the color?
It's not the physical.
Like, it is you just getting caught up on the color because we have a different culture because we Americanized. You know what I'm saying? And that don't have to necessarily.
But there's a strict there's something that's strict to Aboriginal culture globally.
Hold on, you breaking up. What you say?
There's certain things that's strict to Aboriginal culture globally that separates it from Abrahamic faith. And this is why it's in direct opposition. So as for us in our cultures, we all have some sort of worship or some sort of reverence for the snake or for the serpent. But when you look inside of the Abrahamic religions, what is their biggest war? It's the destruction of the serpent or the snake. Right? Because from the end of the time, when you talk about war, there's always been a connection.
You breaking up, boo.
Between can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So the reason why though is because anytime you're talking about war, people always correlate the winning of the war to the deity. And so that's why whenever they have this stumping out the serpent and what they gonna do to the wild beast, and this is all talking about us globally as a people and what we believe. So there's no, when you look at it, they're not compromising in their spirituality at the base. So even when you go into, we getting into Revelation and break down, we don't even know we're breaking down literally us losing the war, losing control over the planet, the 1,000 years and all of that. They talking about black people. And we, you know what I'm saying? We can't. So the energy behind
Can you look in the back chat real fast?
Yeah. Now I will say this too. There are black people. And this is why this is what I was going to say earlier when you said like some of those people that you could see like the Abrahamic people were darker. That's why we don't say that these people are white or the Abrahamic faiths are white. We always say they're Eurasian. The people are Eurasian.
I said look in the back chat. Into the back chat, Blue. Look at the back chat real quick.
Oh no, you tripping. I see it. I see you. Never mind. I meant to put good, but whatever.
That's don't answer my question.
No.
The first question.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, the first question you said no?
Oh, yeah.
Damn, I was saying, like,
I see you. Yeah.
Cause you phony as shit. I ain't gonna play with you. I'm dead ass. Like, that shit not funny. I don't even give a fuck about none of this. You already know I'm only over here for you. That's all I really gave a fuck about. That's the only reason why I'm over here. I'm over it now.
Yeah.
So what time?
Probably in like 10 minutes.
For real?
Yeah.
So I got unblock you.
Yeah.
You was blocked all day.
I figured that didn't mean I heard that you wasn't gonna be getting this work. Y'all not gonna be sitting your ass up there blaspheming Stemya and think
it's cool. You let your little homeboy call me a bitch. It's cool.
Y'all too bit at it. Y'all got y'all own little thing.
I don't got no thing going on with him. Me and you got a thing going on. The fuck?
Y'all definitely got smoke.
Yeah, you got smoke. So what we got going on? Because I do. At this point, you get on my fucking nerves. I told you I don't really. Yeah. But yeah, I'm over even cold and stuff. Because we talking in circles, and I don't think you realize it. Because I just got off the phone with Boozy. She said you sound crazy. She said he keeps talking about some history, and you keep talking about building a new spirituality based off the spirituality that was forced down our throats. But still, you know what I'm saying? It still serves some type of benefit. Yeah. And you have to understand, I've seen all this stuff play out because if you really was to meet Boozy, your whole perspective would change because you would actually see how deep the power is with so little effort and stuff like that. And then once you find out what entity she deal with, you're gonna be like, motherfucker, what? So that's why I'm like, the what I was taught from what I understand or what I've been spirituality is like being eclectic is very beneficial. I feel like I don't like boxes. I don't like when people try to hold us in. Oh, you can't even work with this deity because it's anti-African or because it look like that. When at the end of the day, we understand that we just spirits in our human body and stuff like that. When you're looking at these entities, it's just like, no, the people who wanted to force these entities down our throat, they wanted to depict it as a certain way or whatever to try to enforce a certain toxic culture and anti-blackness and all this other shit.
They put the spirit on that though.
But at the same time, that don't matter in the spiritual realm. That's why I'm confused about it. That's why I say, no, let's get spooky as fuck on here. I don't give a fuck what the comments say. We're going to have to get spooky in order to have that conversation.
It's a reason why Jesus asked for you to open up your heart. It's a reason why. It's a reason why the deity is constantly trying to get you to open up your heart. And then it's another reason. And then also you got to think. For that same reason, it's also always asking about blood. We can't have anything that we create where the deity requires blood. We can't. And in all of these, they require blood.
I don't know if
it's going to be African
and all that other stuff.
That get cut
like his homeboy called me a bitch on the panel.
You said what?
I'm talking about GG comment. Said nobody is allowed to be lovers. We ain't lovers. We don't love me. He don't even claim me. I be claiming him. We be having motherfuckers dragging me for food. But anyway. And Blue, I was supposed to go live from your page. What's going on with that? You ain't send me an admin request yet. What you scared? You gonna fuck up your platform.
I can't. I was supposed to be and I gave one out. I can't. Like, I gotta get to a computer and do it. I have to get to a computer. I was supposed to be that's the only reason why Solar and Domo ain't never had one. They ain't been like live on their own. That's the only reason why, because I just can't do it from my phone. Right, when I go through the process to actually give it to them, and then it tells me to put in the code for verification, that shit gets stuck. Right there, please wait. Once
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I didn't even know you can do all that. I would just actually drop the link so we can be the only one up here because. But I realized that wait, hold on. I realized you don't know nothing about StreamYard, so that would be fruitless anyway. Because even when I was explaining it, y'all still be like, "What?" And I'm like, "The overlay." Y'all be like, "What?" And I'm like, "Y'all gonna get y'all channels flagged down because now that I'm over here, people hate me. People hate me. They, you know what I'm saying? I'm a husband snatcher. My body ain't snatched, so they mad. Like I had to block your troll account here. The troll account that Blaspheme thing the other day. You feel me? So yeah. What happened?
Juju ain't shit.
You go exactly. He did make noise. No, but I do know his computer fucked up. He do use his phone. And that's how StreamYard work. It's hard to do stuff from your phone, but still. And that's not even what I was saying. I already just found out about the what's the name request. So can you let me go and drop the link next time so I can have my own personal stream and you can listen to me so I can tell you what overlay to use at least? So I can have a real stream movie.
Yeah.
And talk my shit.
If you want to talk about Stemya again, you can do that too.
I can talk about what?
I said, yeah, if you want to blaspheme Stemya again and get cooked, you can do that too.
That's not what I wanted to talk about. I already told you what my stream was going to be about.
Oh yeah.
And you did, and actually, I didn't just get cooked. You got beat the fuck up for real. I'm just over the whole conversation because we're talking in circles.
I ain't gonna lie, I cooked all three of y'all today thoroughly.
Actually, you didn't. We fucked you up because you there.
This is why I'm the DM.
You really needed help for me for real. And you had to have some aggressive ass nigga come up here and disrespect me. That's that, and I'm over it now because I don't want that shit to come between me and you. Because no. Because I think that's what he's wanting right now. Because he's boiling mad. I don't give a fuck.
I don't think either one of y'all take it that serious. I'm not convinced. Y'all grudges. Lex don't grudges.
Hold on, look at the back chat because I might say something. No. Really?
But yeah, I'm finna go ahead and shut it down. I think it's been a good one. I think, I think it was definitely. I think people got their entertainment, got their share of drama today.
You see what I said?
Also.
You see what I said? You see what I said? Because you know I'm not going to tell you once you call me because I'm just. You see what I said, right?
Yeah, I see. Hold on. Who told you that you are a Christian? So, Jesus said, no time.
Okay. Some of the crazy shit. Yeah, so yeah. But yeah, let me go ahead and this. And yeah, I'll do it again. Everybody that came through was a kid. Y'all already know you are listening to this. Together we are Babel. Let's build. Definitely got to give a special praise to the most beautiful goddess of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, Stemya, whose image is the most beautiful Whoopi Goldberg. With that being said, power to the dark side. Let me find my little shit. And well, since it was a ratchet show, I guess we could. Nah, I ain't gonna do it.
Ooh, your lips, your eyes, your heart, your ear, your mind, your whole design, your hands are so divine. Ooh, your lips, your eyes, your heart, your ear, your mind, your whole design, your hands are so divine. I try to hide from the world, but somehow you know where to find me. And even with them gray clouds, I can see my silver lining. Even when I had doubt, I can feel that eye behind me. Couldn't see a way out, but you was right there to remind me. I was trying to find help when I just had to find me. And now I know thyself, ain't nobody gonna define me. Said I tried to find help, but I had to find self. I designed myself, I deserve the right to define myself. Ooh, your lips, your eyes, your heart, your ear, your mind, your whole design, your hands are so divine. Ooh, your lips, your eyes, your heart, your ear, your mind, your whole design, your hands are so divine. Ooh, na na na, ooh, na na na. Ooh, your body, ah, na 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 na. Ooh, na 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 na, na 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 na. Ooh, your body, ah, na 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 na. They only mad they ain't understand the assignment. Living without you is something I can't be fine with. On your stomach laying flat, exactly where I want is where I got you. I'm finna press my lips up on your back, boo. You got me kissing every tattoo. Run my tongue to the center of your back, boo. And I can touch you, it don't matter where you at, boo. We know space, time, and distance ain't a fact. Ooh, your lips, your eyes, your heart, your ear, your mind, your whole design, your hands are so divine. Ooh, your lips, your eyes, your heart, your ear, your mind, your whole design, your hands are so divine. Ooh, na na na, ooh, na na na. Ooh, your body, ah, na 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 na. Ooh, na 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 na, na 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 na. Ooh, your body, ah, na 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 na. I try to hide from the world, but somehow you know where to find me. And even with them gray clouds, I can see my silver lining. Even when I had doubt, I can feel that eye behind me. Couldn't see a way out, but you was right there to remind me. I was trying to find help. It's moving through. Dark side, clearing up all the lies and the rumors too. Dark side, you say you want my life, you gotta fight me first. Dark side, come outside round here, there's nothing like church. Dark side, come and get this life. They talked about Jesus, give them something to Babylon. Just know my whole team is battle tested and battle strong. One world speaking that Tower Babel tongue. Cold Hammurabi thinking ancient Babylon. No pun intended, Reaganomics had us under avalanche. We took off like a rocket, they was praying we could never launch into the upper echelon. You can never be yourself. Every day is Comic-Con, fast money Ramadan. Who collected Comic-Con? Cold check my vital signs. Motel 6 float. Woke up with the brightest mind. Out of sight, out an idle mind. They hate it when you idolize. We living in the final times. Guess you Ellen Keller blind.
Spirit when it's moving through.
Dark side, dark side.
Clearing up all the lies and the rumors too.
Dark side, dark side.
You say you want my life, you gotta fight me first.
Dark side, dark side.
Come outside round here, there's nothing like church.
Dark side, dark side.
Come and get this life.
Put my soul on the altar, I never offer a sacrifice. The blood that we need for the lamb ain't never acting right. I take my path tonight, knowing that I might have to fight. I probably grab a knife and a 9. I guess I'm packing light, focus on the now, just as much as the afterlife. I recognize the spirit is only taking up half the fight. Stairway to heaven, he won't make it up half a flight. He working, making bacon bits, probably out on the Sabbath night. Shoot for the moon, hoping to hit a satellite. You can ask them why when they see me, they call on Adonai. When we both know at the most he telling you half a lie. Feel the transition begin to happen when passing time. I came back in the sky, just like an astronaut, to say you selling Africans out. See you and asking Mike, and it's sad to say they really had it bad for Christ. And I hear the Habasha thinking they are the half is
The spirit when it's moving through.
dark side, dark side.
Clearing up all the lies and the rumors too.
Dark side, dark side.
You say you want my life, you gotta fight me first.
Dark side, dark side.
Come outside round here, there's nothing like church.
Dark side, dark side.
Come and get this life work.